Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Councilmember Tupola, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupola, can you introduce your guest for the message of aloha?
Thank you so much, Chair Waters, and thank you everyone for being here today. Good morning and aloha. For today's message of aloha, I'm honored to introduce Dr. Taryn Chun, Kamehameha School's Kapa Lama Po'okula, or head of school. O Taryn kia laka I chun keia no wahiwa mai, waialua oahu mai. He kamahawa'i oia, Taryn kia laka I chun hails from the uplands of Wahiwa, was raised in a household in which aloha for ohana, aloha for Hawaii, and aloha for Keakua were values that were reinforced daily. Exploring his identity as a kama'aina at an early age, he had a passion for music, athletics, Hawaiian cultural practices, and education. He would go on to nurture these passions and harness his energy and his ancestral desire to seek excellence. He is a Kapalama graduate in 1995 and embodies the characteristics of Kamehameha's good and industrious students. He was a multi-sport athlete, performed with the world-renowned Warrior Marching Band. I just want to say that I played flute as a freshman and he was a senior playing trumpet. We marched on the same field. Yeah. He was in concert glee. He had high academic marks. He got a degree in physical education from Brigham Young University and a master's degree, completed a doctorate degree from the University of Utah. He's a champion for a student-centered approach to education, fueled by the talents of an exceptional faculty, staff, and ohana. He lives by a very simple creed. Good leadership begins with having aloha for those you serve. It is very appropriate that a life story that begins with aloha is creating new chapters based on this fundamental OEV value. Members and community members, please put your hands together for Dr. Taryn Chun.
Mahalo for that beautiful introduction. Aloha kakahiaka kako, aloha. Leaders of government, it's an honor to be in your midst and to provide this brief mana'o o kala. Many of you have probably heard of the Kana Vai Ma Malahoa, the law of the splintered paddle. It was one of the highest laws that Kamehameha Ekahi enacted as our first mo'i of the Hawaiian kingdom. A lot of times the story and the mo'olelo behind this law centers the fishermen who showed mercy to Kamehameha after they hit him on the po'o with the paddle and it splintered. That a lot of the affirmation of this law is credited to the mercy of these fishermen. I hold before you this day this puke, Kainoa Kamehameha and his warrior Kekuhaupi'o. In this book, it tells a different telling of the law of the splintered paddle that I would like to share with you. Yeah. The story goes like this. Kamehameha and his warrior Kekuhaupi'o were fighting many battles in order to unite the Hawaiian kingdom. Yeah. As you know, his motivation in uniting the kingdom was to bring an era of peace and prosperity to his people. During one of his battles, he felt like he needed some sacrifices for his war god. And so he grabbed a few of his warriors, and without Kekuhaupi'o's knowledge, he sailed into Puna Bay and happened upon a fishing village. Yeah. When this fishing village saw Kamehameha Ekahi coming, they ran, and appropriately so, right? They feared him, and they feared what he was going to do to them. When his va'a made it to the shore, he jumped out and on his own ran after two fishermen. Yeah. As they ran away, they said to themselves, hey, we know this area better than Kamehameha. If we lead him down this pathway, perhaps he'll fall and injure himself or maybe even kill himself. And so that was their plan. They led him down a pathway, and actually their plan worked in part. As you know, Kamehameha's vai, or his foot, got stuck in a rock crevice. And when the fishermen realized this, they went after him. Yeah. First, they took a net and they cast it and they threw it over Kamehameha to kind of bind him. And they took his paddle and hit him on the po'o, and it splintered. Yeah. Kamehameha became kind of dazed when that happened, and he saw a large rock right next to him. He hefted that rock, and his strength is legendary. He threw it at the fisherman. He missed, but the velocity of that throw was so strong that it splintered a tree right behind them. And so these fishermen ran to get the rest of the fishing village. Yeah? In the meantime, one of his oarsmen were concerned because Kamehameha had not returned. And so he went searching for him. When he got there, the scene was Kamehameha defending himself against a fishing village that were throwing spears at him and rocks. As he approached Kamehameha, he sees that he's about to be impaled by a spear, and so he dives in front of Kamehameha and he takes a spear for him right in his opu. The story goes that Kamehameha tells him to get behind him. He's finally able to free his foot from the rock crevice, and at that point, all of the villagers run. Okay? Kamehameha then takes his steersmen back to the Va'a, and they sail back to where the rest of his warriors were. And Kamehameha was very concerned for this warrior who had sacrificed himself for his life. And he said to his chiefs, "You get our best kahuna and our best medicine men to take care of this warrior. He did a good thing by sacrificing himself for me." Yeah. His chief said, "No worries, Kamehameha, we got it," right? Kamehameha left the steersman, this warrior, to his chiefs, and guess what happened? They let this warrior make. Yeah, their chief's mindset was, "Bruh, why did you let our chief be in this trouble?" Yeah, and if you were a better warrior, you wouldn't have been impaled. Yeah, shame on you for not doing more for Kamehameha. Yeah. When Kamehameha Ekahi later learned that his chiefs had allowed this warrior to die, that they showed no value in his life, he was deeply sorrowful. And as a leader, he reflected. Yeah? He realized that his chiefs were reflecting his own value of life in the way they treated this warrior and allowed him to die. He reflected on this fishing village that ran away from him when they first saw him. And he realized that the actions of his warriors and his chiefs is a reflection of himself. And so he created Kanawai Ma Malahoa. Yeah, Ma Mala is splinter, right? To splinter, and that's the paddle. Hoa refers to this friend. Yeah, this Hoa that gave his life. Yeah, and as you know, the law goes like this. My law, which was established, is the Ma Malahoa, a law for peace. There is to be no violence, no persecution, no taking by force. Let the old people go and sleep in the roadway, and also let the little children sleep in the roadway, and no one shall harm them. Therefore, all of you go ashore, depart from this ship, and relinquish your thoughts of beating and violence. To you, our leaders of government, there's a lot of lessons that we can learn from this story and the greatest law that Kamehameha Ekahi enacted. I leave you with this final thought. Kamehameha said, "You are going to conquer the land, and my only word to you is this. Take care of the people. Take care of the chiefs and the people. Do not plunder the people of what they have labored for. You must cultivate your food and fish for yourself. If the people like you through your good works, then your occupation of the land will be peaceful." I invite you as leaders of our government to allow your actions to show how much you love and care for the people, for this Aina, and for Hawaiʻine. We trust you to be good leaders like Kamehameha Ekahi, to reflect on your leadership and to lead us to a bright future. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Members, I do have procedural announcements before we begin our meeting. Pursuant to Act 220, Session Laws of Hawaii 2021, this meeting will be conducted as a remote meeting by interactive conference technology with the following procedures in effect for the meeting. Members of the public will be allowed to provide oral testimony on all items on the agenda either in person or in the council chamber or remotely. Before testifying, each person shall state their full name and agenda item they are testifying on. Each speaker may not have anyone else read their statement and is limited to a 3-minute presentation on public hearing and new business items, and a 1-minute presentation on all other items. Registered in-person testifiers will be called first. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium and begin by stating your name and the item you'll be speaking on. When I call anyone who has not registered to speak in person, please line up to the right of the podium, and when it is your turn, proceed to the podium, begin by stating your name and the item you'll be speaking on. All persons who have registered to testify remotely by video conference or phone will then be called. When your name is called, please monitor your screen and activate your audio feed when prompted. When I call for anyone else standing by remotely, please utilize the Zoom raise hand button to indicate your desire to speak. The following are some friendly reminders and tips. Video conference from a quiet location if possible. If you are also watching the proceeding on Olelo, please mute your device at the time you are called to testify. When the timer on the screen reaches 0, please conclude your remarks promptly. For those who are joining us by telephone only, I will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. When your number is called, press *6, *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. Act 220 requires all votes at remote meetings to be conducted by roll call unless unanimous. Therefore, I will first call for objections, and if there are any, I will call for a roll call vote. For those council members participating outside of the council chamber in accordance with Act 220, the meeting will automatically recess if we lose audio-visual contact with you and cannot reconvene until we reestablish contact. Therefore, please announce beforehand if you will be voluntarily signing out of the meeting. Written testimonies, including the testifier's address, email address, and phone number, will be available to the public as described on the posted agenda. As a courtesy, please turn off all cell phones for the duration of the meeting. Council members and members of the audience, we have the following items not posted on the agenda for consideration. On page 8, we have a hand-carried proposed FD1 amendment to Bill 52, 2022, CD1, relating to bullying of youth. On page 14, we have a hand-carried proposed FD1 amendment to Resolution 22-298, CD1, authorizing exemptions from certain requirements related to the Kuile Place Affordable and Market Rate Condominium Project in Mo'iliili. And on page 17, we have a hand-carried proposed FD1 amendment to Resolution 23-7 relating to the appointment of Rebecca Soon to serve on the Salary Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Present.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Present.
Councilmember Kiana?
Here.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Present.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Toba?
Present.
Councilmember Tupola? Councilmember Wire?
Present.
Chair Waters?
Here.
9 members present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, if you'll indulge me, one of our colleagues passed away recently. I just wanted to say a few words. A father, a beloved husband, and a colleague, a lifetime servant. All of these and more apply to Ron Menor. Ron passed away from an unexpected medical emergency earlier this month. Many of us served alongside him at the City Council or the state legislature, or in some cases both. He was first elected in 1982 to 1985 to represent his community in the State House, and then was elected to the State Senate from 1986 to 1990. He was again elected in 1992 to 2000 to the State House and then became a state senator again in 2000. And then in 2012, he was elected to serve Council District 9 and served 2 terms here with us. Here at the City Council, he was our council chair. At times, he chaired the Planning and Zoning Committee, the Executive Management Legal Affairs Committee. Ron was an attorney by trade and always advocated for his community and volunteered on many boards and nonprofits. He crafted legislation relating to affordable housing, real property tax relief for disabled veterans, and a pilot program for student bus passes at Kapolei and Campbell High Schools. Perhaps his most significant accomplishment was being a father to his 3 sons, Benjamin, Andrew, and Anthony, in partnership with his wife, Patty. So members, let's take a brief moment of silence to honor our former chair, Ron Minor, before we begin the business of the day. Thank you, members. Floor Leader Cordero, are there any guests?
Aloha and good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us in the chamber, as well as those who are online. I would like to welcome former Senator Clarence Nishihara, who is joining us here today in person, as well as neighbors, community advocates, and leaders, as well as members of the city administration, and as well as our commissions, boards, and department appointees as well. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kiaina, motion to approve the minutes.
I move that the minutes of the 29th and inaugural sessions be approved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, are there any registered in-person testifiers on the minutes?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, are there any additional in-person testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any registered remote speakers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any additional remote or phone testifiers?
There are none, Mr.
Thank you so much. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, the minutes have been approved. We now move to the order of the day on page 8, members, the top of page 8, from the Committee on Public Safety, Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 12 and Resolution 22-274 be adopted.
Councilmember Tolba for the second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Thank you, Chair. Confirming the appointment of Mr. Butch Caldera to serve on the Fire Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you so much. I see Mr. Goldera in the audience. Would you like to say a few words, Mr. Goldera? Aloha and welcome. You look very nice today.
Thank you. First and foremost, wanted to recognize my friends and family for joining me today. Special mahalo to the mayor for his trust in his appointment. And then, of course, to all of the city council members, thank you in advance for your hopefully confirmation, and I will do my very best to serve the people of Honolulu, and especially looking forward to working alongside with the fire chief and the Honolulu Fire Department. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, are there any in-person registered testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to testify on this measure? Seeing none. Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there any remote registered testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Are there any remote testifiers that are not registered?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, we are in discussion. Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 12 and Resolution 22-274 has been adopted. Congratulations, Ms. Caldera. And thank you for your service. Members, moving to the top of page 6, Resolution 22-286, confirming the nomination of Don E. Takeuchi Apuna to serve as the Director of Planning and Permitting of the City and County of Honolulu. Is Ms. Apuna present? There she is. Aloha, welcome. Thank you so much. Would you like to say a few words?
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, council members. I just want to say thank you to the mayor for this appointment, and I look forward to confirmation hearings and to discuss more this position and my responsibilities and what I'd like to do as Director of DPP. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, and we will have an opportunity at the hearing, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any registered in-person testifiers?
There are none.
Are there any in-person non-registered testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Oh, we have one, Mr. Chair.
Please come to the podium, press the on-off button, and please proceed. Aloha. Actually, you have to press the on button. There you go.
Chulan Shuvekwak, Chinatown Business and Community Association. I know that this is still one more hearing to go, but I wanted to voice our community support and appreciation for this nomination because we are pushing for affordable rentals, and I hope that Dawn and her department will be able to help all the communities to push forward affordable housing and also not to have any more monster houses in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, any registered remote testifiers?
We have one person on the line.
Aloha, welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and City Council and the audience. I testify in strong support of Director Don Opuna on becoming the DPP Director. Congratulations, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any further remote testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, we're in discussion. Oh, Ernie Lau, aloha, Manager Lau. Thank you so much. Welcome, please proceed.
Thank you, and I apologize. Ernie Lau, Manager and Chief Engineer for the Board of Water Supply. I failed to register as an in-person testifier earlier, but I testify in strong support for Donna Puna's appointment to the Director of DPP. She has many challenges, but I look forward to working with her very closely to improve our process. So please support her permanent confirmation in this position. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to testify on behalf of the nominee? Seeing none. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure Director Puna heard that last night at Neighborhood Board, there are multiple praises and thanks from the community for the work she's doing. So, mahalo.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Resolution 22-287 has been referred to the Committee on Zoning. Moving to the bottom of page 6, Resolution 22-289, confirming the nomination of Dominic Haku Miles to serve as the Director of Design and Construction of the City and County of Honolulu. Director Miles, aloha. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chair. Morning, council members. I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity given from administration, and I appreciate your guys' time to sit and discuss, the department moving forward. I really look at this as a great opportunity of growth, not just for myself, but for the department that I've been with for the last 3 years. So I thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, and again, we'll have an opportunity within the committee process to ask further questions. Madam Clerk, I note that Ernie Lau has registered to testify in this matter. Aloha again, Mr. Lau.
Thank you. Good morning again. Ernie Lau, Manager and Chief Engineer for Board of Water Supply. I stand in strong support for Haku's appointment as the Director of DDC. I've worked with him when he was in an acting role, and he has also a great deputy, Brian Gallagher, from the Board of Water Supply. So I think Haku will be a great director for DDC. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to testify on behalf of Mr. Miles? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any remote registered testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. I'm in strong support of Director Millis to be nominated and appointed to the Department of Design and Construction, and I welcome all the members to join me in the Committee on Budget for further discussion on his appointment, as well as discussion on or talks about the Department of Design and Construction. Thank you, and thank you again, Director Millis.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, Resolution 22-289 has been referred to the Committee on Budget.
Who's concerned about Angela?
Oh. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, was there any remote non-registered testifiers?
There were none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Moving to the top of page 7, Executive Matters and Legal Affairs. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that CR4 be adopted and Bill 25, 2021, CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
This bill relates to the anti-bias and inclusion policy, promoting an environment that embraces diversity and safety for the citizenry and employees of the City and County of Honolulu by establishing policy of anti-bias and inclusion for all city officers and employees, including those with different perspectives, views, or opinions.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, are there any registered in-person testifiers?
We have 2, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please proceed.
Wait. Sorry, it's remote speakers.
Okay. No, would anybody in person like to testify? Aloha. Welcome. Actually,
Morning, Chair, Council members, Assistant Director of DHR Bugs Baguio. We are support of the bill, Chair. We want to make a couple of housekeeping amendments which we can work on in committee with Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify in person on this matter? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any remote testifiers?
Yes, we have 2.
Okay. Let's take up the floor. First remote testifier, please proceed.
Good morning, Chair and Council members. Denise Sukayama, City's Equal Opportunity Administrator, and as Assistant Director Baguio indicated, DHR is in support of the Bill 25, and we are working with Councilmember Dos Santos Tam to make a few housekeeping edits and amendments, but we are very, very happy and excited about this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there's one more remote testifier, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Good morning, and please proceed.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Zhi Xiong, or also known as Angela Melody Young, and I'm testifying on behalf of CARES, my grassroots community advocacy research education services, and I'm in strong support of the anti-bias bill. So anti-bias education is a term originating from the education sector, utilized by teachers, educators, and school staff to address bias and prejudice in learning environments. Anti-bias education is designed to increase a mutual understanding of differences and how to be respectful and value everyone despite our diverse cultural backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives. The strategies utilized in creating anti-bias environments helps to create and sustain a safe, inclusive, and respectful community. The basic tenet or basic principle of anti-bias states that bias is learned. Prejudice and discrimination is a learned behavior. When diversity or differences based on race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, language, culture, body type, disability, socioeconomic class is not valued, harmful behaviors like name calling, bullying, and social exclusion will emerge. A 2016 study published in the Review of Educational Research analyzed over 15 years of research findings that indicated that positive school environments can have a direct impact on students' academic achievements. Anti-bias is not just an idealistic way of thinking. Research has proven that there are numerous benefits of creating a positive and inclusive environment at school, at work, in our communities, and in the city. And just one last thing, I would like to mention the last testifier. I think it was from the last hearing that this anti-bias bill was heard at. She mentioned that she'd like to request each of the departments to set their own policies in regards to this anti-bias policy, but there's nowhere in the policy right now that kind of specifies each department has to implement it, and without it amending the administrative rules, I don't know if it's possible because it's very broad right now, the language in the bill. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any other remote testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, we're in discussion. Noting no discussion, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR4 has been adopted and Bill 25, 2021, CD1 has passed second reading. Now to page 8, members, third reading measures. From the Committee on Parks, Enterprise Services, and Culture and the Arts, Councilmember Tulba.
I move that committee report number 9 be adopted and Bill 52, 2022 pass third reading as amended.
Councilmember Okimoto for the second.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tulba for the explanation.
Relating to bullying of youth, preventing the bullying of youth in city programs and on city property, preventing retaliation against persons who report or participate in any investigation into a suspected incident of youth bullying, and providing for the establishment of city policies and procedures for handling of suspected incidents of bullying of youth in our city programs and on city property.
Thank you so much. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Tupola.
I move to further amend Bill 52, 2022 CD1 to the hand-carried FD1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation of the amendment.
The proposed FD1 makes the following amendments to the proposed CD1. Adds a new Section 3 to direct the city clerk to transmit copies of the ordinance to the State of Hawaii's Youth of Office Services, the Hawaii State Youth Commission, the Honolulu Youth Commission, the Hawaii Juvenile Justice State Advisory Council, and the Hawaii Youth Correctional Facility, and makes miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any registered or unregistered in-person speakers on the motion to amend?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any additional persons wishing to testify remotely on the motion to amend?
Yes, we have several.
On the motion to amend?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. On the main motion.
Okay, thank you so much. So there are no remote testifiers on the motion to amend, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion on the motion to amend. Seeing none, any objections or reservation to amending? Noting no objections or reservations, the resolution has been amended to a hand-carried FD1. Members, any objections or reservations to waiving Council Rule 19G, the 48-hour notice? Seeing none, members who are in discussion. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Oh, Chair, could I have just a brief comment?
Absolutely, please.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Tolba's initiative and all the work that he's done with bullying and, of course, work out in the community. It's become a increasingly a larger concern in our local communities, and especially on the West Side with a lot of social media, videos, posts. It's affected mental health, self-esteem, academic success of young learners, and I'm grateful for the council's support in transmitting this to the various agencies because I believe collaboratively we can do more. We're fortunate to have the Honolulu Youth Commission working with us, and I'm grateful for Councilmember Say, who invited new Chair Daniel Pruder to our inauguration. And I'm looking forward to working with Councilmember Tolba on our first youth town hall this year to kick off the school year, address these issues, and of course, introduce the youth in our community to the Youth Commission, who could be their voices and advocacy support. I welcome the council's participation and support in these events and thank Councilmember Tolba again.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, there are some remote testifiers waiting.
That's right. Thank you. Excuse me. Please proceed.
Good morning, Council Chair Waters and the City Council. My name is Mahealani Sims Tolba, and I am testifying in support of Bill 52. I am the founder and CEO of a nonprofit called Brave, and Brave stands for Be Respectful and Value Everyone. And our mission has always been to bring awareness to the bullying problem in our communities and encourage students and other community members to respect themselves, each other, and their environment. And after 10 years of advocacy and speaking to hundreds and thousands of students and sharing my own experience from my bullying story, I have heard many stories from students, parents, and teachers. Students have shared stories of being teased at school, being bullied on the playground, and being picked on by their peers. The bullying problem is real and dangerous to children and families. And with the increased use of social media and the desire to fit into society, it's even easier than ever to say hurtful words to your peers. These effects do not go away, and they will be with you for the rest of your life. And with Bill 52, we will be one step closer to a bully-free community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, is there any other?
We have one more.
Thank you so much. Please identify yourself and please proceed.
Aloha, City Council, and my name is Angela. I'm testifying in strong support. I, of course, would like to commend Mahealani for her efforts that are very significant to improving our communities in terms of addressing bullying in youths. And I would just like to go into a little bit of a personal testimony about my cousin Byron, because there was testimony mentioned about how bullying leads to suicide. And I can confirm from this personal testimony that it's not an exaggeration and it's not an over magnifying of the situation. My cousin was aggressively bullied in school, where he could not walk into a public bathroom anymore and had to change schools, was ridiculed, humiliated all throughout high school. And then in the workplace, and eventually he took his own life. And so, you know, these factors of bullying is just something that there has to be policy to address it. And the CDC says bullying and suicide is interconnected. And a lot of times people will minimize bullying without realizing the impact it has on youths and their families. And a lot of times parents, teachers, and program leaders will normalize and minimize because they're not equipped with the tools and resources to address these behaviors. So identifying and providing training as provided by the bill is something that is necessary, but there's also something else that's I think is missing. It's trauma-informed care. And if the bill was amended to include annual training from trauma-informed care, it is the antidote to bullying and trauma. So so just one last thing. Without the term trauma-informed care, you're missing the key ingredient to relieving the bullying. Yeah.
Thank you. Members, based on the testimony, any further discussion? Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, in full support. First off, I'd like to thank the administration. Your support of this measure has been crucial, and I'm looking forward to seeing this policy being implemented. What we're doing today moves us in the right direction, and let our communities know that our city will not tolerate bullying in any of our city programs. It also lets the youth of our city know that we got their back and we'll do whatever it takes to keep them protected. I want to recognize the members of our community that submitted testimony and came to voice their support for this measure. Anti-bullying is an issue near and dear to my heart. You guys saw my daughter testify. Not only have my daughter, but all my children. I think part of it is because Dad is so out there in the community, and they think that everything is just given to them. And I just want to thank the administration for putting this on. My daughter started Brave 10 years ago because she was a bully. But she decided to turn her negative experience into a positive one. And for the last 10 years, my family and I have been working hard to bring awareness about the effects of bullying. So this bill will create a protective environment for our youth who participate in our city programs. It also gives our city staff administration guidelines to help intervene in suspected incidents of bullying in our youth programs. All people deserve to be treated with respect. And this bill helps us make that a reality for youth in city programs and here in the city and county of Honolulu. Thank you for letting me share. I apologize. I get emotional because my children has gone through a lot being openly gay. And his dad being a celebrity. And I've heard so much. And there's a side of me that and for the last 10 years talking to this because you see the pain. So this is a plea to the community. I know this is tough, but we call this the land of aloha. It's simple, people watching, to just show that and be respectful and value everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and no need to apologize, and thank you for sharing yours and your family's story with us. Very meaningful. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. As I mentioned, we did pass the amendment, the hand-carried FD1. So now we're voting on the substantive measure.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam? Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto? Aye. Councilmember Say? Aye. Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
9 ayes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. CR 9 has been adopted, and Bill 52, 2022, CD1, FD1 has passed third reading. Thank you. Members, moving to the top of page 9, first reading measures. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that the first reading items listed on pages 9 and 10 of the agenda pass first reading.
Second motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kiaina for the explanation.
Bill 59 relates to the taxation of historic residential real property. Bill 60 relates to real property taxation. Bill 61 relates to real property taxation. Bill 62 relates to real property taxation. Bill 1 relates to reporting requirements. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any in-person registered or non-registered testifiers? I believe we have Konohiki. Aloha. Welcome back. Good morning. Can you press the on-off button, please?
I'm opposing Bill 59, relating to taxation on historic residential real property. What I have here is Williamson Chang, University of Hawaii, Manoa, stated the United States do not have any territorial jurisdiction over the Hawaiian Islands. Below that is the Crown lands of government, lands never pass the conveying of territorial, state, and United States. Secondly, I gave you folks 2 copies. Memorandum of Alfred M. Desires. He doesn't recognize Hawaii as a state. He still recognizes Hawaii as a kingdom of Hawaii. Now, that guy who spoke earlier about Kamehameha, he never did mention about the allodial title land. Allodial title land is private property forever by Kamehameha III. And every time we go hear somebody talk about the Kamehamehas or lands, they never bring up the allodial title. The allodial title is forever. The Hawaiians all should get together and claim their land back. Now, how many times the United States ruined our land? Red Hill, Pearl Harbor, Schofield. You know, even Marine Base is starting to screw up the area. All the council here should understand the real truth of the allodial title. The governor spoke on Monday. It's not going to work. He's only speaking for 1 hour. It's not going to work. So I thank you folks for your time. And just remember, the allodial title is the real answer to Hawaii lands. Aloha.
Aloha, and thank you so much. I also have Tim Gary registered to speak on Bill 59. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. My name is Tim Gary. I watched your committee meeting on the taxes last week and called in. I brought it to the attention of the Chair Waters. Number one, we need to look at the threshold, the $1 million threshold. Where I live, every house is over $1 million. And I ran into a situation that wasn't addressed. I bought a house in December. The house was classified as out-of-state owner, over $1 million. And it wasn't reassessed, so I was paying the taxes on the previous owner's situation, status. if you guys could look at, when you get into it, of looking at that issue so that the assessment is brought up in a more timely fashion. So from December all the way up until September, my tax status was on out-of-state owner over $1 million before it was readjusted. So I would hope that you guys might take into consideration that. And in Kaimuki, there's not a house under $1 million. A lot of the people are seniors. They might have bought their house at $500,000, $400,000, some even cheaper. And they're on a fixed income. And just because the prices have risen so much over time, they're being forced out. Even with the exemption, even with the 140,000 owner occupied and senior exemption, it's still not enough. A lot of people are being forced to sell and leave for cheaper places. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for Mr. Gary? Seeing none, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, is there anybody else wishing to testify in person?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any registered or unregistered remote testifiers?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed. Oh, good morning, Ms. Iwasa. Aloha, welcome.
Oh, good morning, Chair Waters and council members. Natalie Iwasa for the record. Just for clarification, are you taking testimony on each bill individually or all first reading items?
We're taking on all items.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just wanted to say I really enjoyed the message of aloha, and I hope that the council members take that message to heart. The first item I would like to testify on is Bill 59, the historic homes exemption related to real property taxes. This bill as written would just basically change the renewals and cancellation of the 10-year dedication period. But I'd like to request an amendment to increase the minimum tax to $1,000. I feel that's a very reasonable amount. The current exemption for this fiscal year alone costs the city $5 million. And that's an average of about $13,000 per property that taxpayers, the other taxpayers, have to subsidize. So I ask that you amend this bill going forward. The next bill I would like to testify on is Bill 60. This is regarding real property taxes and the exemption on credit unions. And if you've been listening to my testimony over the last now 13 years, I believe it is, on this particular issue, you know that I support this removal. I've been a member of credit unions for most of my life, but equitable fiscal policy supports removal of this exemption. When credit unions were first established, they served low-income people, and now banks do it as well, just about on the same ratio as credit unions do. Credit unions were initially limited in their membership, but now they have that expanded. Basically, they are competing with banks. Banks don't get an exemption, yet other taxpayers are subsidizing their exemption, and it cost taxpayers this year $3.3 million. Keep in mind that these exemptions cost taxpayers in the city every year that they are in place. So I'll get together some more information for the budget committee because there's a lot of information that supports removal of this exemption. So please vote yes on that one. The last bill I would like to testify on is Bill 62. This is also regarding real property taxes and the classifications. And what this bill does is it takes the current residential and the current residential A classifications and splits them up into 4 tiers each under an occupied and a non-occupied classification. My understanding of how this potentially would work is kind of would require some administrative effort on it, and it's not clear to me how much time that would involve. And so I ask you to look at that closely. I'm sure that you're going to hear from the administration that they can't do it because it's going to be time consuming. It's going to require maybe some changes to their software. But in conjunction with this, please look at that timeline of the whole tax system, when they send out bills, when they do assessments, all of that because some of that is under your control. And, I think this is a good discussion to have. And I look forward to that in the Budget Committee. One other comment on this. I support the removal of the threshold, the $1 million threshold on residential A. I think that's been very bad policy and would support removal of that totally. So thank you for allowing my testimony today, Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Iwasa. Madam Clerk, are there any additional remote testifiers?
Yes, we have 2 more.
Okay, who's next? Aloha, sir. Welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha. Thank you. I'm Jim Tree, and I'd like to speak both to Bill 61 and to Bill 62. First, regarding Bill 61, the city and county of Honolulu has had a program for many years where a condo owner in even a resort district can do a residential dedication, and then he pays the residential property taxes. On the city's website, there's over 4,000 owners of condos that have taken advantage of this. Many of them are in the resort district. This is something that helps affordable housing on Oahu, because it allows the person, when they put it in residential dedication, they say they're not going to rent it short term. They only rent it long term or use it as a residence. When we take away those 4,000 properties from that residential dedication, then it creates a greater demand for housing and increased prices. So affordable housing goes down. What I'm concerned about in Bill 61 is the language for owner occupied that excludes real property classified as hotel or resort. That may create a conflict with Section 8-7.5 dealing with dedication of residential property, which allows residential property in a resort zone to be dedicated and to help affordable housing. That could be a loophole, and I'd like to ask if you could take a look at that, because the definition says that it excludes, owner-occupied excludes properties in hotel resort zone. As to Bill 62, I'd like to note that there's no tax classification for transient vacation units. In last year, Bill 4 was introduced and it passed second reading by the City Council. That bill included a classification for transient vacation units. There was widespread support of that. I don't remember anybody really expressing opposition. Many people testified in support of a tax classification for transient vacation unit. The reason why is because Bill 41, now Ordinance 22-7, put a lot of additional fees and regulations and costs on small business owners that were doing legal transient vacation units. And in order to level the playing field between these small business owners and hotels, there was discussion of creating a TVU tax classification to lower the tax rate, so to put them on a playing field. Even the Hawaii lodging and tourism industry testified in favor of this bill. Mufi Hanneman stated that the HLTA is in strong support of the transient vacation unit classification. So both on the hotel side and on the TVU side, there was strong support for the TVU classification. I'd ask that that be put back in and added to either Bill 61 or 62 or both. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. Madam Clerk, I believe there's one other remote testifier. Aloha, welcome. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Aloha, everyone. Good morning. Happy New Year. It's great to see all of you again. Thank you for this time. First of all, I do want to note thank you, Councilmember Wire, for mentioning the North Shore Neighborhood Board. Last night was our meeting. I am testifying on behalf of myself, but I do sit on that board. And we did have a flurry of concerns regarding property tax, obviously. Just really comments here that I feel are vital to consideration when reviewing these bills. District 2 was hit the hardest, as far as I can tell, on the North Shore. And I will echo what Mr. Gary said earlier, that $1 million threshold. In fact, North Shore, we're far beyond that $1 million threshold. And you can have an old plantation house in the middle of the cane field with half a floor, and you're still well over $1 million. So we do really need to reconsider that. There's been a great burden placed on our lifelong Hawaii residents, generational property owners, especially our kupuna and our retired Hawaii residents who are on fixed incomes. Valuations and calculations don't consider these points and place too many in classifications that severely impact their daily life and financial obligation, resulting in placing an uncertain future. Our property owners, owner-occupied, should not be in the same classification as the neighbor who chooses to buy, build, improve, or sell at the higher rates, resulting in higher values. Please take this opportunity to address this issue for the sake and future of our lifelong Hawaii residents, our keiki, especially our kupuna, who we are trying to work diligently with. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. And your name for the record, ma'am?
I'm sorry, this is Raquel Achu, North Shore.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. Madam Clerk, anybody else remotely?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, we're in discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Tupolo.
Thank you. I'll be voting up on all the first reading bills, but I wanted to make a brief comment about Bill 60.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate Councilmember Say's initiative on this bill, and because my district has 8 credit unions in it, I have some small concerns. Looking forward to resolving those in committee. The Hawaii Credit Union League testified that a tax on credit unions is a tax on its members. My concern is about how it will affect loans, borrowing, and especially for home ownership. We are in a phase, as was mentioned by Board Member Achu, where there is this increase in property taxes that has gone up, and I just want to make sure we're taking well into consideration that our goal here is to help local families own homes and live here for generations to come. So I look forward to Ms. Iwasa's data that she said she's going to bring to the meeting. And of course, I thank BFS Director Kawano, his deputy, Ms. Castle, and their staff for providing me with more information. And I look forward to this really, really important, timely discussion about different property taxes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Wire.
Mahalo, Chair. Echo Councilmember Tupolo's concerns. I'll be voting up for the purposes of discussion. And of course, we can talk through some of the concerns we have in committee. And just want to echo Raquel's sentiments. As she mentioned, District 2 as a whole, suffered the most in terms of 20% increases on North Shore. That's an average, right? So some folks saw more, 18% Ko'olaloa. But really everyone's district, I think, saw an impact. I'm sure you all got the phone calls or getting the phone calls. And so I'm hopeful that as a council will look at, some of the bills that already proposed regarding increasing the exemption and, looking at the tax relief that BFS Director talked about before. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Kia, and I also want to point out that Director Kawano is also present in the audience. Thank you, Director, and available if any of you have questions for him. Councilmember Kia Aina.
I wanted to thank Council Members Cordero and Say on starting the conversation this year about changes we should be considering to our property tax code. I do have a lot of questions about the proposed changes in Bills 61 and 62, including whether elimination of the 1 million threshold will result in higher property taxes for single-family home and condo landowners. But I will reserve my questions for the Budget Committee. I just wanted to reiterate that I continue to be concerned about how the property tax valuations may be affecting our elderly constituents and those on the lower income scale. I look forward to having robust conversation on these measures as well as our home exemption and property tax credit measures in the Budget Committee in the next few months.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Dos Santos Town.
Chair, I'll be voting WR on Bill 60 for many of the same reasons that my colleague from the Leeward Coast mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion, members? Thank you. As I mentioned in the beginning of our hearing, if there are any objections, we take a roll call vote. Otherwise, we can vote en masse at once. And again, these are first reading measures. think it's a good idea to keep the discussion going, and I'm sure we'll have a lively discussion in the Budget Committee on all the tax measures as people expect us to do. So thank you. So may I ask, are there any objections for the first reading measures on pages 9 and 10? Noting with reservations, there are no objections. The first reading items on pages 9 and 10 of the agenda have passed first reading. Thank you, members. Moving to the top of page 11. Top of page 11, resolutions. From the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 1 and Resolution 22-288 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
The resolution relates to the transfer of funds.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, are there any registered in-person testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any persons in the audience who wish to testify on Resolution 22-288? I see Angela Chung. Are you here to testify on Resolution 22-288? Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and City Council. My name is Angela, and I'm testifying in strong support of the procurement for the advanced training mannequins. And I'm testifying in strong support because the mannequins can simulate a realistic training for the department, and with the very expensive mannequins, the training will then help the department to get a real experience of the medical procedures. It has catheterization, so it has real life like urine and other realistic functions of the bodies, and therefore it should be supported.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Members,
the
any
opportunity
questions
to
for the
testify.
testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. Madam Clerk, are there any other non-registered in-person testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any remote testifiers on this measure?
We have one.
Okay, please proceed. Aloha, Deputy Director Santi. Thank you for joining.
Good morning, Chair. I'm just here to answer any questions, and we appreciate the support of the council for this.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the Deputy Director? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, are there any other remote testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Noting no discussion, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR1 and Resolution 22-288 has been adopted. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 2 and Resolution 22-292 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This resolution also relates to the transfer of funds with the Honolulu Fire Department.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, are there any registered testifiers on this measure?
There are no in-person or remote people registered.
No in-person or remote testifiers?
No.
Thank you so much. I do note that Battalion Chief Hank Kaivi and Chief Reed Yoshida are available for questions, members, if you have any. We are in discussion. Seeing no discussion, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR2 and Resolution 22-292 has been adopted. Thank you, members. Moving to the top of page 12, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 3 and Resolution 23-1 be adopted.
Councilmember Wire for the second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
The resolution relates to the reprogramming of Emergency Solutions Grants, or ESG, program funds and amendments to the City and County of Honolulu's 26th Year Action Plan.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any registered or non-registered in-person or remote testifiers?
We have one in person.
Aloha, Ms. Chung. Please proceed.
Aloha, City Council. My name is Angela, and I'm testifying in strong support for the reprogramming of the funds. I'd like to commend the council member from District 7 for coming up with the resolution. The resolution will help the city to provide financial support to the homeless or the at-risk. Because of some of the work that we do in our citizens-led safety initiative, a grassroots of HPD. From our first-hand experience, we know that the city departments are the first responders to homelessness and public safety, which is interconnected. Fire, ambulance, HPD, and the unprecedented homelessness has caused a significant strain on the city's resources. So it is an unfair burden, and organizations like the Partners in Care and the homeless management organizations, they will provide relief for the city. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any other testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, I do want to note that Anton Krucky and Daryl Young, Administrator of the Department of Community Services and Director of the Department of Community Services, Anton Krucky, are available if members do have questions. We are in discussion. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say?
Aye.
Councilmember Tauba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Councilmember Waters?
Aye.
Sorry, Chair Waters. 9 ayes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. CR3 and Resolution 23-1 has been adopted. From the Committee on Zoning, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 312 of 2022 and resolution 22-263, committee draft 1, as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
This is approving the use of a competitive sealed proposal process to award a master lease agreement, which is a lease for the operations and management of a community culture and arts center in the Chinatown Gateway Plaza. Tax map key number 12-1-002:038 and authorizes a 10-year lease term with options of 3 5-year extensions to the lease. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe we have two registered in-person testifiers, Sandra Pohl and Allison Roscoe. Madam Clerk, is Sandra Pohl available? There she is. Aloha, welcome.
Chair and council members, my name is Sandra Pohl, and I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Arts Center. We support the resolution. The center is a good public-private policy for our community. While arts and culture are often seen as nice extras in the good times, they are necessary for making Chinatown and the Arts District an attractive and vibrant place to live, work, and play. Art and culture are essential for everyone. It maintains physical and mental health as it promotes social engagement and personal growth and development. Both passively and actively engaging in the creative arts is healing. The center will provide access to affordable activities, thereby increasing the quality of life and promoting a wellness lifestyle. The center seeds positive changes as part of the Chinatown Weed and Seed Initiative, establishes an inclusive community arts center for Honolulu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, we have Allison Roscoe, also from the Downtown Arts Center. Is Allison Roscoe available either in person or remotely? Unfortunately, she left. Madam Clerk, are there any other additional testifiers either remotely or in person?
We have one more in person and
Please
one
proceed.
remote.
Thank you, Chair. Chulan Schubert Kwok, Chinatown Business and Community Association. We like the idea of a downtown Chinatown art gallery, but there were concerns from way past when this operator or director was with the relationship with the previous administration. So people felt that this was a sweetheart deal and a sweetheart lease that was not fair to other vendors who may be even more qualified for the center. And then for the director's personal art gallery that was placed in a much better location than the art gallery for the public, which you have to go into a little bitty elevator to get to the top to utilize this place. And also, as far as marketing or communicating with the other community people, it was very not really been done properly. So we have certain reservations about this, and that you need to look into whether how sweetheart of these leases, and then whether it's really optimized to have a 3-year extension of 5 years each without auditing or getting input from the community of how well run or how fair it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Madam Clerk, any further additional testifiers?
One remote.
Aloha, welcome. Please state your name and please proceed.
Good morning. This is Anne Marie Duca from Kailua, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my appreciation for the Downtown Art Gallery. I have been visiting probably once a month for the past year since we've been able to be out and about. And I really appreciate that this center provides a valuable venue for the local artists and craftsmen to share their skills with us. I'm always in awe of how much I learn when I go down there. In addition, I think it adds to the historic feel of the downtown area. We want to rehabilitate it. We wanted to get it out and lively again. Many more people are going down there. People are going down to visiting the artists. They're visiting the open houses that they have, and they are sharing their love for just have the opportunity to be out and to be out there with the public. It also offers public classes for us, and so we appreciate that we have the opportunity to go there. So I love the art gallery, and I hope that it will continue to be an important part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, any additional testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. I do want to note that Deputy Director of the Department of Land Management, Catherine Tachner, is available if members have questions. Councilmember Kiaino.
No questions, just comments. I just wanted to applaud the Department of Land Management and their team. I'm kind of excited about this project and looking forward to you choosing a vendor and moving the project forward. And it's Chinatown impacts all of us, not just those who live around there, but the entire island. So looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Dos Santos Town.
I actually do have a question for Deputy Director. Deputy Director, if, in response to Chulan Schubert Kwok's comments about, whether this is a sweetheart deal, or could you describe sort of what the competitive seal proposal process looks like and kind of what the safeguards are to make sure that other operators perhaps have a fair shot at applying?
Yes, of course. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you. So the process by which the operator will be selected is through a competitive sealed bid. There will be an RFP solicitation where the city will identify, these are the things we're looking for, and then anybody with the requisite experience is invited, and we would love if they participated in that. The proposals received through the RFP will be selected and considered by a panel. The panel will have representation from the Department of Parks and Recreation, the Department of Enterprise Services, the Mayor's Office of Culture and the Arts, the Department of Land Management, the Department of Transportation Services, and the Office of Economic Revitalization. We're hoping that this cross-departmental panel will really highlight, we want them to do street performances or, street festivals, so DTS is there. We want there to be a recreation, so DPR is there. We're hoping that through this cross-departmental panel, it will be the most competitive and fair selection of an operator for this facility.
Thank you so much. Any further questions for Deputy Director? Seeing none, thank you so much. Members, we are still in discussion. Any discussion, members? I did want to mention, I did visit the space, and I encourage you all to visit the space as well. It's actually quite large. And I would just encourage each member to put out the word to your community to put in a bid for this space, because it is quite nice, and it'd be nice to have it activated. So thank you for your hard work on this. Any further discussion based on my comments? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 312 2022 and Resolution 22-263 CD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 13, council members say.
Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report Number 5 and Resolution 22-291, Committee Draft 1 as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Council members say for the explanation.
This is authorizing the exemptions from certain requirements retaining to the Kiavalao Affordable Housing Community Project in Waipahu.
Thank you so much. Members, we do have 8 registered speakers, starting with Senator Clarence Nishihara. Aloha, Senator. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for waiting patiently.
Thank you. It's great to see so many friendly faces. I'm in strong support of Resolution 22-291 CD1 for Kamehameha School's Kiavalao project. I lived in Waipahu for nearly 50 years and have witnessed the developments that have occurred in time. Some have provided benefits to those seeking affordable housing and senior housing. The Kiavalao project in the heart of Waipahu will be one more asset to the community. Concerns about the height of this project has been addressed by the developer. It will not tower over our iconic smokestack that sits on the Leeward YMCA property. It'll provide affordable housing for 500 homes for Kama'aina, which we can all support. It will provide not only decent housing and affordable housing, and it'll attract people who will be an asset to the area. The development will include shops, eateries, and provide a safe environment to attract foot traffic. I ask that the council endorse this project and move Waipahu forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for the Senator? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, we have Mo Mohana from High Ridge Costa. Aloha and welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha. Understanding and respecting council time. My name is Mo Mohana, President of High Ridge Costa, available here to provide testimony and respond to any questions as the council desires. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. I believe we had a lively discussion in committee. Next is Walter Thames from Kamehameha Schools. Hello.
Hello, Mike co-chair, council members. Walter Tamis, Managing Director, Commercial Real Estate, Kamehameha Schools. We are the landowner for the Kiawalau project. I'll stand on my written testimony for Resolution 22-291 CD1. Wanted to be here if there's any questions for me. Obviously, our development partners you just met. But did want to offer and extend a mahalo to you all for the seriousness which you are helping us all attack affordable housing and as well as provide TOD opportunities. It's critically important as you all know, and also support the community's needs going forward. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Themis. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, we have Kenna Strom O. Gibson. Aloha, good to see you again. From Hawaii Appleseed.
Hello. Aloha. Thank you for having me here. I'm the Director of Housing Policy for Hawaii Appleseed, and I just want to say that this is a great example of a public-private partnership. We have private land from KS, we have the help of High Ridge Costa doing the building, and we have significant public investment and buy-in in the form of tax credits, in the form of building a rail station, in the form of us here as the public coming to support this project. So this is exactly the type of public-private partnership we need for Oahu's housing crisis. So thank you all.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your work at Hawaii Appleseed. Next, we have Stacy Ehler, followed by Preston Iha. Aloha, good morning, and please proceed.
Aloha kakahiaka, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Stacy Eiler, and I am a member of the Hawaii Housing Affordability Coalition and also an intern at Hawaii Appleseed. And I am in strong support of the Resolution 22-291 regarding the Kiawalau housing project that will service 60% AMI and below. In our Hawaii community, cost of living is high, and for the first time ever, our population is decreasing because people cannot afford to live here. Not only is housing a human right, but our houseless communities, families living below the poverty line, and also our prisons are disproportionately made up of Native Hawaiian people, and recidivism is high. We need affordable housing to help make changes in our community, and those changes start with our residents, our Kanakas, and our families, and those who struggle to make ends meet. And the first thing these people need is a stable and safe home. The Kiawalau project will be life-changing for those who are able to stay there, and it should be supported. Mahalo.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. Next is Preston Iha, followed by Feli Wayfield.
Aloha, my council members. My bad. I'm also an intern with Hawaii Appleseed, but more importantly, I'm someone who was born and raised on Oahu. And then, like many Kama'aina, upon returning from college, I now live with my parents, which is wonderful, but not something I plan on doing long term. But unfortunately, like many young Kama'aina, I also expect that within the next few years, I will be moving back to the continent, possibly permanently, because we cannot afford housing here. A lot of Kanaka Maoli are also moving to the continent because they cannot afford housing on Hawaiian lands. And as my friend Stacy just mentioned, they make up a disproportionate amount of the number of houseless peoples in Hawaii on their own indigenous lands. I'm asking you to support this resolution because people like me and my friends want to stay here. And we may not have the money to do so right now, but projects such as Kiawalau give us the opportunity to do so. And if we don't invest in our young Kama'aina, in our community, then I don't know what Hawaii and what Oahu we are actually investing in. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Next, we have Feli Wayfield, followed by Chloe Ishii. Hello and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Feli Wayfield, and my husband, Mark Wayfield.
support Allow Affordable Housing, resident 29291. As a residents in Waipahu, we are, as our neighborhood also that I go around, we encourage the city and county to support the Allow Affordable Housing and Retail Center. We are very supportive of the amenities, and Allow is going to bring to Waipahu. We need more affordable housing for the people in Waipahu, along with better place to shop. We also need more public safety, which is new community will help provide, because so much already homeless and houseless over there and very noisy. So please, this project will help the business of the community. Please support us, council members. Please approve this Allow project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Chloe Ishii. Aloha and welcome.
Hi, good morning, council members. My name is Chloe Chi'i. I'm testifying here on behalf of myself as well as my family's restaurant, Rocky's Coffee Shop. I testified a few weeks ago at the zoning committee, but for those of you who don't know, Rocky's is on Waipahu Depot Street. We've been in the same building since the 1960s, and Keavalau's project is proposed to be just across the street from us. We've been struggling since COVID, of course, like everyone, so we are very excited for all of the possibilities Keavalau provides, not just with customers, but also because these are going to be housing working families, and of course, these people are going to want to work nearby, and our coffee shop would very much benefit from having some new workers. I'm also testifying on behalf of myself. I am also a recent college graduate, and I have been saving money for the past few years, and I don't think I'm going to be able to move out for another 5 to 10. This is because Hawaii's housing market, there's just not enough available, and what is available, the price has skyrocketed to something that's not even feasible for the average resident anymore. And unfortunately, I am one of the last of my friends to be here in Hawaii, and everyone else I know is in Arizona, Oregon, California, and I actually just lost an auntie that moved to Arizona, and this isn't the Hawaii I want to live in. I don't want my family to move away, and I don't want to have to move away from my family. So please, please support more affordable projects, especially Keawalau, that provides, a community center for Waipahu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. I believe that's all the people who have registered. I note that Mr. Manaku is standing by, as well as Ms. Chung. Mr. Manaku or Ms. Chung, did you wish to testify? Aloha and welcome.
Aloha, and thank you very much. I'm just here for some questions. How much do I have to make to afford an affordable home? Yeah? Because I'd like to know too. I have to see my children and grandchildren leave Hawaii because, like the other testifiers are saying, we cannot afford it, afford an affordable home. Because I really would like to have them stay here. I come here to testify for them. Because nobody else is doing it for them. Really. I'd like them to have an affordable home. So you guys are the only ones that can have them live in an affordable home. So when somebody offering them an affordable home, please make sure there's affordable jobs. Because I don't know where an affordable job that they can afford an affordable home. I mean, look at all of these, all affordable. But are they? I mean, really, can they afford an affordable home that can afford electric, water, food, and the amenities that they're going to need? because all of that has to fit in. Because without that, they're going to the mainland. And guess what? The mainland guys coming here. They can afford to come here. What's happening? How come the reverse? So you guys got to help us because we're losing our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do want to note that I do have two further registered testifiers on a separate sheet. Pane Maetoga III, followed by Mohana. And I do believe if we have any other non-registered testifiers, perhaps we could start lining up behind Mr. Maetoga. So aloha, Mr. Maetoga. Thank you for joining us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, members of the council. For the record, Pane Meatunga III, the community liaison for the Hawaii Operating Engineers Industry Stabilization Fund. Our organization represents our 3,000 unionized workers for operating engineers, local 3, and our 500 signatory contractors. You have my written testimony in support of Resolution 22291-CD1. I had two comments that I wanted to make, and this comes from my internal discussions with our members. One comes directly from our district representative, Ana Tuiasa-Sopo, who immigrated from Samoa and lived in Waipahu during his high school years. And so he saw firsthand the issues with housing and not being able to have enough housing so that you could live. He lived in a multi-generational home, 4 generations, for a long time before he was given a scholarship and went to college. But for him, Waipahu holds a special place in his heart. He wants to make sure that there is ample housing opportunities for the people of Waipahu. The second comment I'd like to make comes from our retirees. We have a bunch of retirees that live out in Waipahu. Some of them have been retired for about 20 years, but they currently house their children, their grandchildren, and some of them their great-grandchildren. And so they're looking for opportunities because they make sure that their kids save. If they're living under their roof, they make sure their kids work, they have a savings, and that when the opportunity presents itself, that they can move out. They love their families, and that's very local style, lived all together under one roof. But if there's an opportunity, our retirees would love for their kids to have their own place. And so with that, these are my comments in support of this resolution. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Nat Kinney.
Aloha, Chair and members. Nathaniel Kinney, Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters. I'll keep it short. We're in support of this vital affordable housing project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do note there are 2 other people who are in line to testify. Ma'am in the red blouse, would you like to proceed? Aloha and welcome.
Aloha. My name is Aura Reyes. I'm the president for Kapo'eo Kaka'ako. So we're a houseless or organized houseless community. But I am here today to support this project. We have community members that have now moved into affordable housing or who are waiting for affordable housing vouchers. And this project would be able to open up that many more units because they do accept those affordable housing vouchers. So I just wanted to say to support this, what was it, Resolution 22291? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for testifying today. Sir, did you want to say a few words? Please start with your name and please proceed.
Good morning. I am Reverend David Makana-Malata. I am the pastor of Waipahu United Church of Christ, which is just down the street from where this proposed development is. I speak in favor of this development for many of the reasons that other people have shared, that this is much needed affordable housing, but also because this project is in keeping with the character of what Waipahu is as a plantation town. I grew up Waialua side. I was born in Koloa town on Kauai. I know what plantation towns are. Nobody wants to go back to harvesting sugarcane. Nobody wants that hard work. But plantation towns were beautiful because they afforded opportunity to the people who came there. People immigrated from across the world with hopes of a new life, hopes of opportunity. And affordable housing represents that for Waipahu. It can transform Waipahu again to a place where people can come to experience opportunity, to experience hope, to make a foothold in the community. And ultimately, that's what reflects the town. And so I speak in favor, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. Angela Chong?
Aloha, City Council. And my name is Angela Ortiz-Zishong, and I think we're going to need projects like this to address the crisis. About affordable housing, creating equity in the market will require communities to support each other. And although I'm from Kalihi, I support this project that's happening in Waipahu. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Sir, do you wish to testify on 22-291? Aloha. Thank you for waiting patiently. Please proceed.
Aloha, Council Chair and members of the Council. I was not intending to speak on this, but just off the cuff, has anybody ever thought about affordable rentals or maybe affordable rent to own? Because like Mr. Monaco said, how far do we have to go to be affordable, or what kind of income? And I think sometimes we have to think out of the box, and for me, I'm just thinking, what about affordable rent to own? Thank you very much. Have a good day. Aloha.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Any additional in-person testifiers? Acting Director Apana. Welcome.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. Thank you. I just have a few quick points to make. One is in the resolution on page 3, we believe there's a typo. Number 8, rather than deferral, we believe it's exemption from the revised ordinances, and to allow the exemption of payment of wastewater system facility charges. And then additionally, we just wanted to, I know this came up during zoning, but we wanted to just reiterate as far as there were 2 conditions that were added in the CD1. The first was the lowering of the towers by 15 and 10 feet each. And we believe that the lowering of those towers actually visually will be negligible. However, there will be a potential psychological effect, the visual for the residents. So I think that 8 feet ceiling height has been the standard for some time, but in the last couple of years, 9 feet is basically the standard ceiling height. And so when you're used to, say, 9 feet ceiling heights, and then you go into an 8-foot ceiling height, I think it feels a lot more cramped. And I would think that for our seniors who are, low income, that we should provide accommodations that are similar to any other type of resident. Additionally, another condition that was added in the CD1 was the 200 additional parking spaces. I believe the developer is already providing 500 or so, 530 parking stalls. Because it's in a TOD area, directly adjacent to the rail station and the bus transit station, the project is not required to have any parking. So the developer went above and beyond for the 500 or 30 so stalls. And then to ask for 200 more is quite excessive. It basically conflicts with TOD principles to disincentivize car use and to rely more on the rail itself. And when I spoke to the developer about what this cost would be, they said it could be in the ballpark of $50,000 per stall. So we're talking about $10 million more added to the project, which could probably be used within the project for maybe better amenities, or could be altogether used for other affordable housing in another project. So I'd just like to reiterate those 2 points and hope the council considers perhaps taking off those 2 conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Kiana, followed by Councilmember Say.
Thank you, Director. Did you bring up, I remember the parking. Did you bring up the issue of the height of the units in the zoning hearing?
So I did not. I know it came up at the on the CD1. There was some discussion about the actual ceiling heights, but when we went back to the staff and talked about what the standard is for ceiling heights, it became more apparent that, between 8 and 9, that there is a difference between the two.
Can the developers come to the podium? Were you aware of DPP's concerns on the height for the units? Is
No,
this news to you?
This is the first we've heard of him.
I have to. This is I'm just DPP. I guess I'm just a little shocked because this project has been around for a long time, and we're moving for final passage. Did you guys alert the developers of this change or the chair's office? Because I was unaware of this.
I'm sorry, I did not. I mean, we didn't get into the specifics, but I think as we looked at it more closely, we felt that this is something that we should bring up as a matter of, the quality of living of the residents.
Mr. Chair.
Aloha Kako, Chair Waters and council members. I'm Chris Duker. I'm part of the development team with High Ridge Costa. So 9 foot is generally considered luxury, 9 foot or above. We've set the height at an 8 foot, 7 foot floor to floor, which gives you 8 foot clear. That is a nice unit. We would certainly never do anything that we don't think is appropriate. This is the first we've heard of that. But, we believe 8 feet clear is a very nice unit.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiana, any further questions for this testifier? Seeing none, Councilmember Say.
Yes, Mr. Chair, as the chair of the committee, this particular discussion was addressed. It was addressed on behalf of the residents of Waipahu. First and foremost, they wanted to address the height in regards to the towers itself or the project. And that's where I think we had the discussion in regards to how do you lower the height of the towers to accommodate the residents' concerns. Their approach was in regards to the floors and the ceiling of each of the floors, lowering it by about a foot, if I stand corrected. The second point was in regards that the residents were concerned that they wanted more parking stalls. I'm not going to go into specifics about the number of parking stalls, but if the developer was willing to provide more on behalf of the residents, I believe the committee was in strong support of supporting the residents of Waipahu. And that's the two requests I think the residents of Waipahu made to the developer. And I think the developer is trying to comply with their requests. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Tupolo.
Thank you. Just for the developer, because maybe for Mo, if he wants to stand up. Thank you. So I do believe that I asked the question in the hearing, and I didn't intend anything by it. I just asked because you guys said that you were bringing down the height of the building, so I asked what the room heights were. But per the law, it's required to be 7 feet, which you're over. What's the requirement per the law? And like Councilmember Say mentioned, it's, we had resolved bringing in the community concern and still complying with the law. Is that correct? I believe we had this.
That is correct, yes. That is correct. We're fine with 8. I think with the comment from DPP, which we are very respectful of their opinion, 9 is a great ceiling height, but 8 is also a very good ceiling height, and it works. I do not think it's an issue of opposition. I'm not going to speak on behalf of DPP, but it's an issue of preference. So 8 will work. 9, of course, is nicer, but by all means, 8-foot ceilings are very comfortable height and will work very well here.
And let's just bring that other conversation back to this room. We talked about the parking spaces because there were commercial tenants that were also concerned that if people are coming to visit so that they could, just in general, this parking addition was to resolve community concerns, correct?
That is also correct. So the way we looked at it, there is a commercial component required because of the commercial space that is there, and we wanted to make sure we get pretty close to a one-to-one on parking for residential. And when we heard the concerns from the community about existing street parking and the commercial businesses not having enough, we went ahead and looked at an increase at a significant cost. That is correct, as DPP was mentioning. But again, we're trying to address the community ask in this point.
Thank you. And for supporting the commercial businesses, because many of them really want to be able to serve and stay in operation, just like some of the testifiers said, for many years to come. So thank you, DPP, for raising the questions, and thank you for Mo for bringing it back to the center. I do believe we had lengthy conversations, and we appreciate the work you did to try to resolve those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, any further discussion or any questions for the testifiers? Seeing none. Members, we are in discussion. Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, we have some remote testifiers.
Councilmember Say, do you mind if we take remote testifiers first? Okay. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair Kia Aina, and members of the council. Chris Delaney with Pacific Resource Partnership in strong support of Resolution 22-291, the Ke'awalau Affordable Housing Community Project. This is a great project. We need affordable housing at all price points. And we know that Ke'awalau Affordable Housing Community Project will provide 531 affordable rental housing units reserved for households in the 60% AMI and below for 60 years. Ke'awalau will create 300 to 400 construction and permanent jobs, including construction jobs that pay a living wage with benefits. This project will also provide Waipahu residents with employment opportunities so they can live and work in the area. So this is a great project. We have a few more coming up, and we strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, any further?
We have one more.
One more remote testifier. Please proceed.
Hello. Good morning, council members. Thank you, Chair. I promise you I'm not driving right now. I'm in the passenger seat. On behalf of Housing Hawaii's Future, I want to stand by our written testimony and say for the record that constructing this housing is one of the best ways to address our housing crisis, and especially the senior housing. Each unit created for a senior frees up housing for other members of our community, especially our next generation. We stand in strong support. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, is there anybody else, either remotely or in person, who would like to be heard on this measure? Seeing none, Councilmember Say.
No, Mr. Chair, I just had a question in regards to, do we have to make a amendment, or is it just stating for the record a technical amendment to the CD1 as far as what the director stated at the beginning of her presentation? It did not deal with the height. It did not deal with the parking. It dealt with some wording in our resolution to be it resolved.
I prefer that we proceed.
Okay, yes.
DPP did have the opportunity at the initial hearing. They drafted the reso that came to us. I looked, staff told me that at 4:30 in the afternoon yesterday, we got a letter pointing out some of their concerns. At this point, we are on a timeline. I will entertain a motion to amend. However, I would prefer to proceed.
Okay.
But it's up to this body. If we do that, any amendment needs to be in writing, which means that we would need to continue this till the end of the calendar, which again, I'm happy to do. However, I just wish the DPP would have notified us because we could have done
Sure.
a hand-carried floor draft prior to today. I do believe that this is a good project. I mentioned this a lot, members. You know, DBED did a study in 2019 identifying the need for affordable housing.
No, Mr. Chair, may I just call for a short recess? I just wanted to address what she stated for the record. And if that particular provision is going to jeopardize the project.
I
If it's
did
not-
check with the attorneys a few minutes ago. However, happy to take a recess. Thank you. We're in recess. Members reconvening, we are on page 13, the top of page 13, Resolution 22-291, CD1. Council members say for the motion to amend.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend Council Resolution 22-291, Committee Draft 1, and this is on page 3. The subcategory is the infrastructure and public works fees and charges. Repealing the deferral in exchange for exemption.
Thank you. And
Does
again,
everybody understand that?
we're changing one word from deferral to exemption.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Members, does anybody want to testify on the motion to amend? Seeing none?
Mr. Chair, may I just say a few words?
Please.
Why we are doing it? We are doing it on behalf of the state's Hawaii Revised Statute 201H. And for this particular provision of the statute, it does allow us to exempt. And I apologize to the developers, the landowners, and the general public of Waipahu for the drafting of the measure where we had deferral of the fee. And it should not be deferral of the fee, but exemption from the fee. And that is the reason why I'm asking for a friendly amendment to this particular committee draft.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And we're in discussion. Councilmember Kiaina.
Thank you, Chair. Director, you have your hands full, and I understand that. But given the magnitude and the impact that the 201H projects have for our communities, it's critically important that your staff prioritize 201H project amendments that come out of the zoning committee immediately after the hearing. At the last hearing, I actually, as everyone knows, out of the 3 projects to get today, the Salt Lake project, we had a robust discussion because some members were still adjusting to the modifications made. And I told all of the developers of 201H projects that they have to do a better job at informing the members, the council members, so that we could be prepared, because we are bound by a certain timeline. We don't have time to waste. So while I appreciate the comments from DPP, it's too late. And given on the parking, I actually didn't have a problem with the parking at zoning. And with regard to the height, I appreciate what the developers team has mentioned, and I just advise that your staff do everything possible for 2018 projects to prioritize it right after the zoning hearing. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I want to thank Councilmember Say for slowing it down and allowing us to do this verbal amendment. It's a $1.8 million difference. And so what we're trying to do is pass projects and keep them at a level that it can pencil out and still be affordable for the community. So the 201H process affords this. So I'm glad that we're able to vote on this. And even the small word change equals so much of a different financial difference that I think it would drastically change the project. So in support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members?
Mr. Chair, just one more
Councilmember Say.
clarification. Yeah. So for the general public who has a copy of the resolution, and for the members and the audience, it is on page 3, number 8, where you see deferral. It will be repealed, and the word exemption will be in place. And as you go down to the end of the sentence, you see another deferral. That will be also exemption, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any further discussion?
Chair?
Councilmember Tupola.
Is there somebody from Board of Water Supply here for that second question? The first one was in regards to wastewater. The second one is in regards to Board of Water.
Yes.
Kathy Mitchell with Board of Water Supply. The Board of Water Supply does not receive any revenue from the city. It generates its revenue from its customer water ratepayers.
So my question was, I believe in the hearing you said to keep it at the word deferral. Is that correct?
Deferral.
So we are only changing number 8 to the word exemption, and number 11 stays at the word deferral, not exemption, correct?
Number 8 deals with infrastructure,
right,
and public works.
I just wanted to clarify, because I remember you saying that, is that eventually, Board of Water Supply does need to recoup, but the word that you were looking for here was deferral. So for number 11, that's correct, right?
Number 11 is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe Councilmember Say was just referring, in paragraph 8, it has 2 words, deferral. So he's simply amending in paragraph 8 from deferral to exemption, and we're not touching Board of Water Supply.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody on the same page? Okay. And my understanding is, from our attorneys, that we can vote on the motion to amend now. However, we have to put the amendment in writing, which I have the Office of Council Services drafting right now. We'll put the substantive vote on the actual resolution at the end of the calendar once all the FD has been provided to each of you on your desks. Yeah, is that correct, Mr. Yoshioka? Okay, so there is a motion to amend. As stated, we're changing the word deferral to exemption twice within paragraph 8. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations on the motion to amend? Seeing none, so ordered. Now, members, I'd like to move Resolution 22-291, which would be FD1, to the end of the calendar. Thank you so much, and thank you, Councilmember Say, for pointing that out. Next to the bottom of page 13, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 7 in Resolution 22-297, Committee Draft 1, as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
This is another 201H, authorizing exemptions from certain requirements relating to the Kaho'apili Affordable Rental Apartment Project or affordable and market rate for sale condominium project in Salt Lake.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Yes, we have 2 in person.
I believe we have Pane Maetoga III, followed by Mohana. Aloha.
Aloha Chair, members of the council, Paneme Atonga III, Community Liaison for the Operating Engineers Industry Stabilization Fund. In support of Resolution 22297 CD1, you have my written testimony, again, with the need for affordable housing. Need for affordable housing, we appreciate all the efforts that the council is doing and these developers to deal with this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mohana, would you like to testify on Resolution 22-297 CD1?
Aloha, Mo Mohana, developer, along here with our development partners, forum partners, and Affordable Housing Economic Development Foundation. We are here to answer any questions. We've discussed this, but available for any questions council may have. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, I do believe we also have a non-registered testifier, Nat Kinney. Hello and welcome.
Chair and members, Nathaniel Kinney, Hawaii Regional Council of the Carpenters. We are also in support of this project as we need more affordable housing units in this state and especially this city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any non-registered testifiers either in person?
We have one registered remote person.
Please proceed. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Council Chair Waters, members of the City Council. Chase Jigimasa, Chair of the Aliumanu Salt Lake Foster Village Airport Neighborhood Board number 18. We submitted our letter to the City Council in support of this project. This is a project that stands on collaboration from community from the inception point. This project, prior to the developers getting the project and acquiring the land and developing that partnership, they came to the community right away, and they've been working with the community. And so this collaboration is how you do a development project in a community, and we're happy to see as a neighborhood board, we're happy to see this project move forward. Mahalo, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you very much. I've been notified that we have one more registered call-in testifier with area code 808, last three digits of the phone number 835. 835.
Good morning. My name is Casey Marie Canlis, and I'm in support of the Keawalau. I've been on hold since 10 a.m. this morning. Thank you for introducing me and allowing me to speak. I did have a prepared statement, which clearly says that, I am in support of this project. But I also wanted to say that I currently live in a LIHTC property over in Pearl City. And the height of my ceiling is 8 feet. And being an elderly or going into the senior citizen category, I really don't see the need for 9 feet because everything up above, I really don't care for anything to be above my height reaching things. It's just going to be stored area unnecessary. As far as the parking, the addition, the property that I live at now, we're on the rail line. So our parking lots have never been full. So I think 500 is graceful. And I think that you'll find, because they're on that mass transit corridor there in Waipahu, they will not even be at capacity with the 500 stalls in time, as time grows. And so back to my statement, I wanted to speak about our children, that housing is so unaffordable right now that it's virtually impossible for most of our children to afford to even think about staying local. That is why so many have moved to the mainland. And then previously, I testified last month that my 4 children who graduated Waipahu and Campbell schools are all living on the mainland. By creating high-quality, affordable housing, Keawalau will help create opportunities for young people to stay local. Keawalau is a great project, and the developer has invested very heavily in reaching out to the community. let me be perfectly clear. The community overwhelmingly supports this project. Keawelau will be an excellent addition to the community, and I strongly urge you to support this deserving project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We did move Keawelau Affordable Housing Project to the end of the calendar. Can we simply incorporate your testimony when called upon? No response. Any further testimony?
Hello? I was muted. I didn't, someone muted me.
Do you have an objection to us incorporating your testimony when we call Resolution 22-291 at the very end of the calendar? Or you can wait
No
and
objection.
testify again. Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, is Christopher Delaney available? I believe he's also expressed the desire to testify. Hello and welcome.
Aloha, Chair. Thank you so much. I just wanted to, Chris Delaney with Pacific Resource Partnership. We're in strong support of this project, Resolution 22-297. This is a great project. I'm so excited to see so many affordable housing projects on the agenda today. And this will only increase the inventory that we so much need on Oahu. So I really appreciate what the council is doing, moving these projects forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any further additional testifiers, either in person or remote?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. DPP, any last minute changes that you'd like to make? Seeing none, thank you very much. We're in discussion, members. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. As a council member of the district, I do want to express my support for the project. Ever since last summer, before the project was, I guess, or the land was even acquired, like the neighborhood board chair stated, the project applicants and developers came to the community to not only share about the project and their intent, but also to continue, also to start a dialogue, because prior to this project coming on board, there were intentions to develop that particular small parcel in Salt Lake. So it really offered the opportunity for education and, as I mentioned, dialogue, because at the neighborhood board and with stakeholders, there have been mentions and concerns from parking to height to views to cultural aspects, which was heard and considered by the applicant and the project developers as well. And at the last neighborhood board, the board actually supported the project and also had the opportunity to learn about further about the 201H track, as well as what the applicants were trying to do. And I just wanted to share that it really included a robust conversation that has continued since last summer. So I do want to thank the project applicants and the developers for having that conversation. It was still confusing because of the intents of past projects on that land. But I do want to also note that it also allowed for a lot of the neighbors who've never been to the neighborhood board or paid attention to the neighborhood board or about projects going up in the district to actually pay attention. And we were able to see that people who grew up, work in Salt Lake and whatnot, were able to comment on a project that we don't very much get a lot of in Salt Lake anyway, because it is already so dense. With that, strong support, and I thank everyone for that. And I'm glad to see that this resolution has a correct language with deferral and exemption in its resolution. So, yeah, thanks. Goodbye.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? I just want to point out that Hawaii Vice Statute Section 201, subsection H, requires the council to move on these in a timely fashion. And it does put a lot of pressure on DPP as well as this council to make sure that we get the work done. And I just want, despite the fact that we're amending the previous order, the fact is that these 201H projects are good. And they're making a dent in the vital need for affordable housing island-wide. And I was talking about the 2019 DBED study that points out that by 2025, we're going to need 22,168 units at all price levels. But the major need is from 120 and below. There also is a huge need at 60% AMI and below. So to the extent that we can work together to accomplish this, that would be great. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina? Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say?
Aye.
Councilmember Tauba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Ware?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
9 ayes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. CR7 and Resolution 22-297, CD1 has been adopted. Now to the top of page 14, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report Number 8 and Resolution 22-298, Committee Draft 1, as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Authorizing once more the exemptions from certain requirements relating to the Kulei Place affordable and market rate condominium project in Mo'iliili.
Thank you so much. Is there a motion to amend?
Yes, Chair.
Councilmember Wire.
And I further move to amend Resolution 22-298 CD1 to the hand-carried FD1.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation of the amendment.
Mahalo, Chair. The proposed FD1 makes the following amendments to the proposed CD1. Subsection A adds a new condition B to require the applicant to offer the 402 market rate units exclusively to qualified owner-occupant households for a minimum 60-day period that consists of a 30-day lottery period followed by a 30-day offering on a first-come, first-served basis. Re-alphabetizes subsequent conditions, and subsection B makes miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, is there any registered or non-registered, remote or in-person testifiers on the motion to amend?
No in person, but we do have a remote.
On the motion to amend, please proceed.
No testifiers on the FD1.
Aloha Chair, Chris Delaney with Pacific Resource Partnership. I actually just wanted to speak in support, strong support of the project. So I don't know if this is the appropriate time. Do you want me to proceed?
We're on the motion to amend, which would require the developer to keep the project open to local people for a longer period of time.
Okay. Well, I'm not prepared to, I mean, I'm in support of the project, but I'm not prepared to, I haven't had a chance to look at it, but we would be supportive if the developer is supportive of it and can make this important project work and pencil out.
Thank you very much.
Say that.
Is there anybody else wishing to testify on the motion to amend?
Aloha, Chair.
We are on the motion to amend. Are you testifying on the motion to amend?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wants to testify on the motion to amend? Seeing none, members are in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank the developers for being in favor of this. We are kind of pushing as hard as we can for more affordable housing and even for longer periods of time. So I appreciate all the amendments they've had made up to this point because it is not a 201H city project. They're basically aligning with HHFDC state standards, which is different than ours, but they have made quite a bit of leniences to try to make it work so that we can continue to push for the much needed housing that we know that local residents need. So I appreciate the FD2, the floor draft, and I'm in support.
Thank you so much for the further clarification. Members, any further discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, any objections or reservations to amending? Noting no objections or reservations, the resolution has been amended to the hand-carried FD1. Any objections or reservations to waiving Council Rule 19G, the 48-hour notice? Thank you. Noting no objections, members, we're in discussion now. Excuse me. Let's take testimony on the actual resolution 22-298. Madam Clerk, are there any registered in-person testifiers?
Yes.
Please line up at the podium. Aloha, Mr. Cassidy.
Aloha, Mr. Waters, Mr. Say, Santos. For the first time, I'm up here, and I don't have to disclose that Kirk Caldwell was my classmate or the council member from District 7 is my stepson. So I guess his mother won't be calling me and say, "What did you say?" Here's what I have to say. I'm in total support of the taxpayer money that goes to doing our affordable housing goes to local people, the generations. So whatever you can do, do it. I know when Princeville was zoned, my father stipulated as the developer that first choice be given to the guys on the resort, second choice to the Princeville community, third choice Honolulu. I encourage that. And at that, I'll stop.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, Mr. Maetoga, aloha, welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, members of the council. For the record, Panemia Tonga III, Operating Engineers Industry Stabilization Fund. You have my written testimony in support of Resolution 22298, CD1 adopted FD1. Just a couple of comments I wanted to add to this. A nice little story, if you don't mind. But so one of the perks of my job is being allowed to go every quarter to see our apprentices in our training program. And our trainers there have the opportunity to talk to these young men who are going to be members of our union and work in the construction field. And they tell them, you know what, save your money. Save your money. You're going to be working hard, save your money. You can make good money in construction. But there's lean times and then there's good times. But save your money. Don't go buy the lifted Yoda. Don't go buy the gold chain. Save your money because you're going to need to buy a house eventually. And so I listened to that and I talk about what I do. And I had this young apprentice come up to me and say, you know, Uncle, you think I'll be able to buy a house? And I'm like, yeah, eventually you will. He's like, in my lifetime. I'm like, oh yeah, I doubt it. I mean, I guarantee it. It's going to take a while. But everything we can do legally and as building as much as we can for the working class families, we're gonna do. And so I appreciate this project because you guys have negotiated quite a bit, changed a lot of the AMI categories. But what I really like about this project is that the working families can qualify for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kinney?
Chair and members, Nathaniel Kinney, Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters, again, in support of an affordable housing project, Ku'ulei Place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any additional testifiers in person, Madam Clerk?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Any remote testifiers? I believe at this time we can call Mr. Delaney. Aloha, welcome.
Aloha. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council members. Chris Delaney with Pacific Resource Partnership in strong support of the project. We need affordable housing at all price points, as the Hawaii Housing Planning Study of 2019 indicates. And this is one of the crucial housing that we need, and the 80%, the 140% AMI. Ku'ulei Place will provide 603 affordable for-sale housing units for working local families in that AMI range. And these are the people that cannot afford the market rate housing. Some of these people that will be served by Ku'ulei Place will likely be like firefighters, construction workers, nurses, teachers, and government employees. So this is, again, we need housing at all price points, and this helps to address that need. So in addition, it also creates good paying jobs for our local workforce that pays a living wage with benefits. So we strongly support this project, and we respectfully request your favorable decision on this measure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any further or additional remote testifiers, Ms.
Yes.
Clerk? Hello, welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair Waters and council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. My name is Tom Pressler, and I'm a realtor assisting local families in their struggle to find housing that fits their needs, but more importantly, their budgets. Therefore, I am joining over 500 other community members who have provided written testimony and many other community members providing oral testimony today in full support of Resolution 22-298 for Kualei Place. In general, our community is in need of housing opportunities for local families. Every year for the last 15 years that I've been a realtor, I've heard our leaders and economists talk about the severe shortage of housing inventory. They all say that something must be done. After 15 years, there's still a critical shortage in our housing inventory. When communities like Kualei Place are proposed, they're questioned, debated, and face strong not in my backyard opposition, even though they're providing homeownership opportunities for the members of our community who are most in need, the affordable and gap groups. These are the families who are struggling the most and can also benefit the most by locking in the largest expense for the next 30 years. Homeownership also provides these struggling families a stable environment for starting and raising their families. I'm originally from Iowa and moved to Hawaii in 1995 when I was stationed here in the Army. The saddest thing I have seen in my time here is local young people moving away and families ripped apart because they can't afford to live in Hawaii. There are a lot of obvious reasons to leave Iowa, of course, but no one wants to leave Hawaii until it just becomes too hard to survive. Affordable housing is a huge part of that struggle to survive in Hawaii. Kualei Place is helping address the housing issues facing Kama'aina families and will help many families in the affordable and gap groups attain home ownership. Kualei Place will help to keep approximately 1,000 families together here in Hawaii. Please approve this resolution and do what you can to make sure those families remain in Hawaii and thrive in Hawaii. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify for this in support of this resolution and for all of the hard work the council does for our community.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for Mr. Pressler? Seeing none. Members, we actually have 24 registered testifiers. Next is Christine Otoza.
Aloha, council members. My name is Christine Otoza, and I humbly ask you to oppose the Kualei project. I grew up in the area. I went to Kaimuki High School. My family still lives in the area, and this is a truly affordable rental neighborhood, which we are losing, quickly losing around the island. This project will not provide housing for the vulnerable population that lives there. I'm wondering where these people will really go. Are we going to ship them off to Waianae, where they now have to commute 2 hours to come into town and work? This is a gap group that our leaders need to stand up for. In these neighborhoods that are made up of renters, you're not going to hear from them because they don't have a financial interest in it. They don't think their voices matter. I truly believe that you all need to be required to visit this site and talk to the residents, see who lives there, see who you will be displacing and impacting. I don't believe the community has been engaged much. I believe they presented at the neighborhood board. The neighborhood board is opposed to the project because 1,005 units are going to be built here. The community has to have a say and needs to be engaged in this. It's a huge impact to the area that's already overcrowded. I beg you folks to visit the area, to put a pause on this and engage the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Next, we have Casey Kusaka, followed by Elliot Lau.
Testifier number 5 has not logged on.
Thank you. Elliot Lau, followed by Mike Aureliano.
Good morning, Council. I'm Elliot Lau. I'm testifying on my own behalf in strong support of Kualei Place and Resolution 22-298. While there are and have been affordable housing projects, Kualei Place is really the first project under the affordable umbrella that's meant for the long-forgotten gap group. These are people that make too much money to qualify for low-income subsidies, but not enough to qualify for market price homes. They include the nurses, teachers, first responders, electricians, plumbers, IT professionals, accountants, and lawyers, just to mention a few. The result is Hawaii continues to lose our best and brightest who leave Hawaii in search of a better life, leaving Hawaii with critical skilled worker shortages. Furthermore, the pandemic was a stark reminder of Hawaii's need to diversify its economy. That will never happen if we can't attract other industries because the cost of housing is prohibitive to anyone considering moving to Hawaii. Not only does Honolulu need Kuile Place, but we need many more of these affordable housing projects for this gap group. Thank you for allowing me to testify and for your consideration and supporting this well-needed project.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Lau? Seeing none, next is Mike Aureliano, followed by Ashley Lee.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Mike Aureliano. I'm testifying for Resolution 22-298 for Kuile Place. I work in the construction industry as a carpenter for Albert C. Kobayashi. I'm very grateful and continue working for projects like this so I can continue supporting my family. But what concerns me is where industry stands with potential economic downtown, and some projects are holding off on moving forward. I'm here to support for Kuile Place. There's a lot of local families and young locals who plan to start families that want to purchase in town. Problem is they're being pushed aside by non-residents. If approved, Kuile Place will be offered over 1,000 new residences to our residents, and the requirements to qualify requires proof of residency. The city should support developers and owners like the Kobayashi Group, who will be making sure that the new housing is available for all of Hawaii's communities and Kama'aina. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ashley Lee, followed by Michelle Matson.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I'm sorry, Chair Waters and council members. My name is Ashley Lee, and I'm testifying in support of Kuile Place and Resolution 22-298. Our Kama'aina are in need of additional housing, including home ownership opportunities. And Kuile Place is for Kama'aina, as proof of residency is a component of qualification as a buyer for both the affordable and market rate units. It's wonderful that a local developer, the Kobayashi Group, has committed to providing more home ownership opportunities for Kama'aina in Honolulu, separate from Kaka'ako and the Kapiolani corridor. Your support of this resolution means our Kama'aina will have the option to purchase a new condominium unit versus competing in the resale market, which can often price future homeowners out of home ownership. I, along with more than 500 others who have already provided written testimony in support of this resolution, thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Michelle Matson, followed by Thurston Cow.
Hello, Chair Waters and council members. Kobayashi Group is taking advantage of the HRS 201H affordable housing process for their proposed high-density development that, if constructed, would rival the tallest mixed-use buildings on Oahu. The developer is seeking zoning regulation exemptions to allow their proposed development to exceed the legal zoning height limit of 150 feet, to achieve 430 feet in building height, and to exceed the legal development density by 4.5 times greater than zoning laws allow for the Mo'ili residential neighborhood. The overpowering scale of the proposed high-density development is excessive and in clear violation of established zoning regulations intended to maintain the continuity and character of the community. 141 low-income apartment units in 19 low-rise multifamily residential buildings will be demolished for the proposed mixed-use development, and the displaced residents and families have already received notices from the developer to vacate by September 2023, so middle-income and upper-income units can be built ranging in a price to over $1 million, with marketing for the proposed development reported to be as far away as Japan. The proposed development portends significant adverse environmental impacts with the surrounding community, as further mentioned in my written testimony, but no environmental assessment or impact statement disclosure document has been considered or undertaken. In conclusion, the proposed misplaced development flies in the face of established zoning and permitting regulations and sets a dangerous and chilling precedent for more to follow with unbridled encroachment into the adjacent established, stable, and historic communities and neighborhoods from Manoa to Kahala. I urge the Honolulu City Council to deny the subject development project and the associated exemptions, and to ensure that existing zoning regulations remain in effect and that truly affordable, low-income, multifamily housing improvements prevail at this location. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Thurston Kao, followed by Matthew Johnson.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Thurston Kao. I'm a native Hawaiian from Waimanalo Homestead, and I'm here today in support of the Kuilei Place project. I'm a relatively young professional that currently works in town. As a first-time home buyer, Kuilei Place will be a project that I'll be able to afford. I strongly stand by my written testimony in support, and I would like to thank everyone for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Matthew Johnson, followed by Winston Welch.
Mr. Johnson is not logged in.
Thank you. Is Winston Welch available?
Yep.
Aloha, welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha. Aloha, Chair Waters and council members. I'm Winston Welch, Executive Director of the Outdoor Circle, and we ask that the City Council reject the exemptions listed in Resolution 22-298. Many testifiers have given ample and specific reasons as to why these exemptions should not be given, especially concerning those of height, density, setbacks, and park dedication fees. I would suggest that you please reread testimonies offered by those, especially that of Brett Kurashige in the January 1st, 2023 Honolulu Star Advertiser editorial. Essentially, you, the council, and of course we, the community, are denied asking important questions that this Rush 201H expedited process does not allow. There's little or no community involvement, ability to respond to projects before they're passed, and this is by design. Suddenly, communities find themselves with buildings that are unsuitable for a neighborhood, but have been completely fast-tracked out of public scrutiny. And this is against planning of a well-regulated city, out of a system that has any meaningful accountability to the public. And how can we as residents expect this to serve our city? Every POH1 project that comes before you should receive not less scrutiny, but more. We are talking about the permanent built environment of Honolulu. And when we get this wrong, it's wrong forever. This project is being presented as an either or. Either we build and we accept it with all its exemptions, or all of our friends and family will have to move to the mainland because they cannot afford housing here. This is a false dichotomy. We don't need to choose between massive exemptions to a well-ordered city or housing for the teacher and firefighter couple. We can have both. The previous Keawalau project in Waipahu shows that we can do this. Right now with this, we ask that we consider thoughtful development, especially with these projects. If it's rushed, denied public input, circumventing and eviscerating existing planning, neighborhood considerations and concerns, this flawed process leaves you, the council, with very few tools. But the most important of these is to reject these exemptions. Councilmember Kia Aina suggested in the zoning committee that we bring it up with our legislatures, and Carol Fukunaga has introduced something that would potentially partially address some of these. But right now, we would suggest that this unit could be scaled back dramatically, come back to us at the community, and present something to you all at the council that gives you some time for thoughtful consideration. And we would welcome that by this well-regarded developer. And as Ms. Matson just testified, this sets precedent that every other developer would then want to have, regardless of considerations of affordability or the gap or anything like that. We can have both of these things, but we need you all to exercise the power that you can right now so that we can have a livable, sustainable city with housing for our residents that don't violate these really important zoning and planning laws that we have in place right now. So thank you very much for your consideration of this, and we look forward to working with you in the future on this. Aloha.
Thank you. Next is Lee Wang, followed by Spencer Lee.
Aloha, my name is Lee Wang. I'm a realtor and affordable housing expert. I write and teach all of the affordable housing courses for the Honolulu Board of Realtors, and I'm here in strong support of the resolution. There is clear common ground between opposition and supporters. In general, both sides agree that there is a need for affordable housing, and both sides want positive change. While I can't address everything, those in opposition primarily point to two main points. First, the opposition mentions fast tracking. However, this project has followed all due process. 201H isn't new. It's been around for years. Many buildings have built and followed the same process. In fact, in 2020, amendments were made to HRS 201H in order to give more time for public discussion, and these requirements have been followed to a T. Secondly, the opposition points to the waivers and exemptions that we're here talking about today. The increased property taxes pays for the waivers in just over 4 years. If you think about the cost of these waivers from a construction standpoint, the money to construct doesn't come from thin air. Ultimately, the buyers pay for it. The increased cost from the waivers, not including the exemptions, would cost buyers an average of $12,000 more per unit. And ultimately, the biggest culprit for affordability has been the fluctuation of interest rates, something that's outside of our control as residents and outside of any developer's control, who we should recognize is taking considerable risk in this economic environment. Any decrease in waivers or exemptions makes affordable housing less affordable from the standpoint of the developer, as well as any potential buyers, like people of my age group or younger, who debate daily whether Hawaii is really fighting to keep Kama'aina here or pricing them to the mainland. So each day, positive projects like this get shelved, means affordable housing gets less affordable for everyone, regardless of income bracket. Regardless of where you stand on the matter, we all want good change. Kuilei Place is a positive change. Honorable members of the City Council ask for your support for this resolution.
Thank you. Next, we have Spencer Lee, followed by Sterling Higa.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. My name is Spencer Lee, Vice President, Condo Project Manager for Central Pacific Bank. I've overseen lots of mortgage lending for HHFDC Affordable, HCDA Reserve, and City and County Affordable projects. I've worked directly with hundreds of buyers on affordable and reserve housing. I'm testifying in support of Kuilei Place and Resolution 22-298 because the Honolulu Urban Core is in dire need of more affordable housing, and this project is targeting low to mid income groups. The proposed site for this project with all of its walk-ups is not currently utilized in its highest and best use. And I think that this project moves the community as a whole forward and it improves it. For example, there's going to be nearly five times more affordable units than the existing units of the people who are going to be displaced. And I feel for them. But in addition, just at the 1,000 unit number, there's about 8.5 total more units that will be constructed than the people who will be displaced. So again, overall, for the benefit of the community, I think this is a great project. I've seen families build equity using affordable housing and use it to improve their financial lives. So for all of these reasons and more, I hope that you ask for you to vote in favor of Kuilei Place. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this resolution.
Thank you very much. I believe Sterling Higa previously testified. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
On another item.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sterling Higa. On behalf of Housing Hawaii's Future, I stand by our written testimony and will add one point. It's a bit disheartening to hear the testimony in opposition of this measure. The people opposing this project say they support affordable housing and workforce housing and may even believe that, but their actions betray their words. I don't see them participating in the Hawaii Housing Affordability Coalition. I don't see them testifying in support of affordable or workforce housing projects. I don't see them supporting or volunteering with nonprofit housing developers. I see them here in small numbers saying no can, and they're vastly outnumbered by the 600 families, middle-class families, who will have the opportunity to own homes in Kuilei Place. Council members, please remember the hundreds of families who can't be here to testify today because they're busy working in hospitality, healthcare, education, civil service, and the trades. They're the middle class. This project serves them, and I urge you to vote in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jonathan Winger, followed by Jen Ishii.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council members. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. My name is Jonathan Winger, and I want to voice my support for Kuilei Place. Oahu is in desperate need of workforce housing, and I believe this project will go a long way to help relieve some of that demand. This project aims to provide necessary housing for local working families who do not make enough to purchase the many expensive properties currently on the market, but who make too much to qualify for low-income properties, like teachers, nurses, police, hotel workers. In the 10 years since my wife and I have been married, we've had to move multiple times because our landlords have decided to sell. We can't get out of this rat race because we can't afford to buy any of the properties on the market. We're both full-time employees, good paying jobs, but we just can't make it work. I respectfully ask that you support this project, and in doing so, help working families like mine to finally be able to buy homes and set down permanent roots in this wonderful island. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Ishii, followed by Hennessy Brown.
Aloha, my name is Jen Ishii. I've been a real estate agent here in Hawaii for over 13 years. I'm here to testify in strong support of Kuilei Place. Through my experience with helping numerous local residents realize their dreams of owning a home in Hawaii, I've not only seen a want for this project, but a need for well-priced newer homes in this neighborhood. Throughout my career, I've seen too many local residents, like many people have said before, with this development and the other ones, they either get stuck in the rental trap or are forced to move out of areas they grew up in because of a lack of homes within their budget. I am aware that there are a number of subsidized programs geared to help low-income residents. However, where I see a lack of assistance are for the working class who make too much money to qualify for those other great programs that we hear about, but they don't make enough to be able to purchase a home here in Hawaii. And Kuilei Place's affordable housing units will be ideal for many buyers, including those forgotten, hardworking local residents that we've heard of. As we've heard, there's a lot of different affordable options, but that may mean sacrificing moving further away from the neighborhoods that they grew up in, further away from aging kapuna, who they need to take care of. And then, of course, their quality of life living further away from the places where they work. I've had personally a few clients wanting to stay in this area who are nurses, people have mentioned teachers, utility workers, but they've ultimately had to move farther away, either to the mainland, other outer islands, or other areas on Oahu, because ultimately they were priced out. There's other options in this neighborhood and surrounding areas, as we all know, but those properties are older, and the maintenance and upkeep for units in older buildings in their price range is a major concern of many buyers. So in conclusion, I strongly support Kuilei Place, and it's much needed in this community. So thank you, and I strongly support them, and I ask for your support as well.
Thank you. Next, we have Hennessy Brown, followed by Mike Tasaka.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Hennessy Brown. I'm a retired plumbing contractor from Hawaii, born and raised here, part Hawaiian. I fully support the project in Mo'iliili. I'm very familiar with the area. I've done quite a bit of work in the general area from Marco Polo on Dade Street and Mo'iliili up to Kaimuki. And I've been around some of the units that are going to have to be demolished. And most of them are two-story walk-ups that have pretty much had its full life. And it's to repair them or to remodel it would be cost prohibitive. That putting in this new building would probably be your best option, which I testified in writing. But I'm fully in support of it, and I think they should move on with it. Other than that, unless you have any questions, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Tasaka, followed by Alana Pakala. Good afternoon, Mr. Tasaka. Please proceed.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Aloha, Council Chair Waters, Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, and members of the Honolulu City Council. My name is Mike Tasaka, and I've already submitted written testimony in full support of the Kuilei Place project. I'm now in my late 60s. However, I spent the first 25 years of my life growing up and living in Mo'iliili, attending Kuhio Elementary, Washington Intermediate, Kaimuki High School, and graduating from the University of Hawaii. As I shared, I'm in my late 60s, and of paramount concern is the migration of our youth to the mainland, with many of them citing the high cost of living in Hawaii, especially housing. Why am I so concerned? Academics call it brain drain. I simply call it the downward spiral of our home. How many more of our Kikioka Aina need to leave Hawaii before it's too late? I know the project will not solve all of the affordable housing issues facing Honolulu and Hawaii, our state. However, it's another step in providing opportunities to the next generation to make that first purchase of a home. In closing, all of you serve for the better good of the city and county of Honolulu, and I sincerely hope you take the next step and provide Kuilei Place with a final approval to move forward. Aloha no, stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alana Pakala from the Kobayashi Group in person. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Waters, and thank you, council members. In light of the full agenda, I'm just here to answer any questions and appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Kobayashi? Councilmember Tupola.
Chair, should we ask the questions now or in discussion? I do have just 3 follow-ups.
Oh, please proceed.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you. Ms. Pakala, thank you for being here. Could you please share with us the neighborhood board concern that some people brought up? Has the developer presented? How many times, and how did the outreach happen?
So yes, we presented in front of the Mo'iliili Neighborhood Board prior to our HHFDC board approval. And then at the request of our state legislator, we also went back to the neighborhood board to address the 2 concerns brought up at the first neighborhood board meeting, which was number 1, traffic, where we shared our traffic report. And then number 2 was the school capacity in the area, which we also updated the neighborhood board that the schools did have capacity. Thank you.
In your current outreach to the tenants that are there, did the developer address that?
Yes, we've also been in communication with all of our 124 tenants just to clarify some inaccurate statements from previous testimony. And we have shared with them our program for relocation and assisting them with finding new homes when the property hopefully proceeds forward.
And my last question is in regards to the exemption. This is a little different from the other 2 because this is not a city 201H project, but I do believe that the only exemptions we're doing for this project pertain to 120% AMI and below, which would, I think, be around 350 units plus. Could you clarify exactly how this is different and maybe what the city exemptions are?
Yes, thank you. That is accurate. We at our HHFDC state board approval, there was exemptions up to the 140% AMI, so all 603 units. But in compliance with the City Council's resolution to focus on waivers only from the 120 AMI units and below, that was adjusted in our new proposal.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. It's kind of a smaller packet than the last 2 201H projects. Thank you for your outreach to the community, your answers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joe Fukumoto, followed by Alexander Malabe.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jill Fukumoto, and my testimony is in support of the Kuilei project. I am a 5th generation, born and raised local girl. My grandpa has lived just a couple minutes away from Kuilei is meant to be built for over 65 years. This neighborhood is where my whole family has grown up and one that I would love to continue living in. I and many of my peers were taught that if we studied and worked hard, we would be able to find a good job, raise our families just as our parents and grandparents have. I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to study at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, but always had the intention to move home to invest my skills and professional leadership in this community that I love and care about, and I did so in 2015. I believe that it's important for our young local professionals to come back home. We are the key holders of our history and culture for the future, and our love for Hawaii is ingrained in every part of our being. But here and now in 2023, the cost of living is untenable and unsustainable. It's driving a lot of us away. One of the issues is that we lack options. The demand is exponentially outpacing supply, and it feels like I'm constantly grasping for the chance to purchase a home, only for it to move further and further away. I've all but given up on the chances of ever owning a single-family home, so condos are really my only chance of home ownership. Not only does Kuilei provide me with viable options that I can actually afford in a timeline that makes sense for me, the design plans prove that they take our quality of life into great consideration. The fact of the matter is that affordable housing is desperately needed. I'm trying to live a life of independence in any way I can and would ideally like to see this come to fruition through a local developer like Kobayashi Group. This is just one of the many reasons why I'm in support of the Kuilei project, and I hope that the members of the council will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Alexander Malabe, followed by George Horn.
Good morning, Chair and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to, in support of, or allow me to comment on support of 22298 CD1 and FD1. In strong support, I'm going to stand on my written comments with a brief comment real quickly. As mentioned in the grueling process, I know I don't envy you guys going through all those measures, but earlier one of the residents of Kaimuki mentioned that every home in Kaimuki is over $1 million. This project I support will bring affordable units under $1 million. Not also that, it will bring additional units from the current buildings and structures that are in the area. I mean, I am a small business owner. I'm a home inspector. I've been into many of those buildings out there. And though, again, with the earlier testimony from an earlier gentleman said that the plumber, he said that those buildings aren't, you can't resurrect those buildings again. They have time, you know, they've timed out and they aged out in that area. So this will also bring the community up as far as the community improvement. And being a brother of a construction worker, additional jobs to that to those workers out there, as earlier the construction worker also mentioned. So in strong support, and I stand on my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have George Horn, followed by Helena.
Hi, my name is George Hom, not Horn.
Oh.
R and the N. It looks like an M sometimes. But it's Hom. Anyway, I've lived in Kaimuki my whole life, since 1964. I thought I had a good job. I was a deputy attorney general with the state of Hawaii for 30 years. And I couldn't buy a house, So I lived in my parents' home, and I live in it now. And, I have two sons who live with me. They can't find affordable housing. And this is a project that, I support. I think that the local people like me who have, worked hard for our state, supported our state by working, nurses, teachers. They need a project like this so that, they can have hope. And I think Kuilei Place is a hope that, that they see will help fulfill their dreams of staying in Hawaii. So I support the project. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you so much. Next we have Helena.
I'm sorry, she's left the meeting.
Thank you very much. Based on the list that I was provided, that's all I have for registered testifiers. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody else wishing to speak on this matter? Please proceed. Please state your name.
There we go. Hi, my name is Ken Sentner, and I'm here to speak, unlike, it seems like everyone else, in opposition to this project. Here are the questions that I have that haven't been resolved. First of all, the Mo'ili'ili Neighborhood Board, as you know, was in unanimous opposition to this project because the outsized impacts on density. It's fine to have affordable housing. I'll talk about that in a minute. But a 400-foot tower, I mean, come on. Mo'ili'ili is not Kaka'ako, it's not Waikiki, and it's not Vegas. Why can't Kobayashi follow the zoning of all the other places that have been built in the last 47 years? The last tall building got its building permit in 1976. That's Iolani Court Plaza. For the last 47 years, all the other units that have been built there, and there have been many, have followed the zoning. Instead, all these exemptions are giving Kobayashi not a good look. The other thing is of course, the de facto low-income housing that will be eliminated. How many of those people are going to be added to our homeless camps? There's several on Kapiolani already, if you haven't seen them. The other thing I want to speak about is the affordable housing. These are folks that are making somehow between 100 and people that make 173,000 to 128,000 single people. In the Honolulu Advertiser, the Sunday's Advertiser had a list of sales for 1 week of 46 places in the urban core between downtown Honolulu and Diamond Head that were within the price range that these so-called affordable units are going to be used. That translates to what, 175, 200 a month sales in this area of properties in that price range. So where is this huge shortage that you guys are talking about? I just don't see it. I think people that make that kind of money are able to buy places, and this proves it. I'm sorry, there it is, sales. So to me, that's not a sufficient excuse to put a giant tower that stands out from everything else in the neighborhood. And frankly, I'm not a NIMBY. If Kobayashi wants to build something with the same restrictions and zoning requirements that all of the other condos that have been built in the last 47 years, go ahead and do that. But to get this sweet ride, it fuels a lot of suspicions. I had people, and I have to tell you really frankly, friends of mine that said, why are you bothering to testify? It's a done deal. There's been instances in the paper of corruption in the city government. The fix is in. They don't care. They don't care. They get money from big developers and construction unions, and they pay for re-election, and that's all they care about. Now, that's a really cynical view that I don't subscribe to, because frankly, I think you guys got into public service for the right reasons. You want to help the community. And so I would ask you to please go with that and do what's right for everyone in the community, not just people that make $100,000 a year, and not just people that can afford to contribute a lot of money to your re-election campaigns. Thank you very much for letting me express myself.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the testifiers, members? Thank you. I believe, Mr. Manaku, you wanted to testify as well?
Aloha again, James K. Manaku Sr., concerned parent, grandparent, great-grandparent. About time we're addressing the people that we need here in Hawaii, the middle class. What happened? You guys forgot about them. They're leaving us too, gang. You guys notice that? Our middle class people are leaving us. Anyway, 400 feet tower. Are you guys serious? I mean, really? You guys get 3 projects and only one of them, for us, we're island people, gang. We're not the continental United States. Stop making us like China, Hong Kong, Japan. They get island, but we're not them. We're island people. Come on, give us homes. Stop that, you guys. You guys grew up in houses now. You guys never grew up in apartments. They're falling off the apartments. Check Cohill Park Terrace. They jumping off, gang. Is that what you want for our future generations? Huh? You guys aren't responsible for us. We're island people. Come on. Help us out. Yeah? We're not rich. How come you guys letting our realtors make all of our homes $1.1 million? We need more jobs. They can afford that. But yet you guys allow them to make that, raise the prices on us. What's happening? Why are you guys allowing this? You folks are the one that can stop that. But yet you guys, not one of you guys doing that. Why are you guys letting them do that? Why are you guys letting them build all these tall buildings? Where all the waste going, gang? It's killing our field. It's killing our fishes out there. We're island people. We depend on the ocean. We depend on the mountains. Yet you guys not saving it for our future generations. When they look at that back in the history, they're going to look at all you guys. Because you folks make the decisions that are affecting us. All of you folks are making the decision that are affecting us. Come on, help us out. You guys' names still on the books, whether you like it or not. What can I say? I mean, come on. You folks have children? What, the guys going to move to the mainland? Is that how we're going to solve our problems? Come on. That's why I'm here. I'm helping you guys too. We're all helping you guys. I don't know what to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. I believe Angela Chung is also waiting to testify. And a gentleman in a purple shirt. Please come forward and line up on the left.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and the City Council. I'm testifying in strong support when building housing or when working on any project, one must consider quantifiable metrics or the numbers. And I echo what the director from Housing Hawaii's Future said. There are hundreds of families who will benefit from those homes. With building technicalities and zoning codes, there is a way to work cooperatively and respectfully with each other's departments towards mutual goals. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Sir, in the purple shirt, please proceed. Can you please state your name?
Thank you. My name is Andrew Lawrence. I submitted written testimony. I didn't expect to be here. Briefly, I was just going to ask if the council would consider holding the measure to give us citizens who are working full-time, but we don't really have time to keep up with a lot of the boards and commissions and things, a little more time to work with the community on this measure. We tried to take it to a couple neighborhood boards and there just wasn't time. When we dealt with the zoning, or when we attended the zoning committee hearing, it seemed like a lot of the work had already been done on it, and I don't know where we had time to participate in the deliberative process. And we would like to at least learn a little bit more about that and see if this is really right for the community. It is a massive building project, which will have significant traffic and population density impacts. And interestingly, it's on a piece of land that is very ideally suited for people who need affordable housing, near public transportation, near the service jobs in Waikiki and Ala Moana and Kaimuki. Maybe it could be put to better use. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify in person or remotely?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, we are in discussion. Councilmember Kiaina.
Thank you, Chair. First, I wanted to talk about the testifier, Jill Fukumoto, and I thought her testimony was spot on and representative of many in our community, especially our young professionals who are looking for workforce development, and she is from that community. And she stated that not only do they understand, but they actually represent the history and culture of our future, and I believe her. I agree with her. With regard to this project, one of the reasons I'm supporting it is because as the developers modified their original application, this project is going from 24.48% to 34.93% at 120% AMI or lower. That's an increase of 105 units. And while it's easy for us to look in the newspaper and see the increase in mortgage rates for us as individuals, it's important for us to understand the impact on the cost for developers. Increasing the mortgage rates have significantly changed the housing landscape for developers and what unit prices are affordable for families. If this project was approved at the same interest rate as recent city-approved 201H projects, 4% or 4.5% versus 5.5%, Kuilei was approved at. Kuilei would be able to offer over half of its units at 120% AMI or lower. And so I guess I just want to say that I'm listening from all sides, and I think people, I don't appreciate some of the comments as if we don't understand what it means to struggle or that we're bought off, because the majority of my family live on Hawaiian homelands. And our Native Hawaiian community, many who can't even be on Hawaiian homelands are struggling. But that cuts across all ethnicities, and this is what this is about. The 201H process was designed to provide an avenue for developers to increase the amount of affordable housing units, and the city to provide certain exemptions that are delineated. And so I know that these are not easy issues, but unless we start making a dent in the statistics that you provided, Chair, with regard to the need, we're not going to be moving forward. And more of our young professionals are going to be staying in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Councilmember Kiana for the comments. I also just wanted to explain my vote in support of this project. You know, when the developer first came forward, and I'll iterate this again, it is not a City 201H project, meaning that we don't have sole discretion over all of it. The funding from HHFDC and the requirements are different than ours. So we are dealing with the 351 units that are within the 120 AMI and below that we are allowing or voting on waivers today. So not the whole project. Secondly, I think that all of the requests that were made to them to lower the amount of units offered to more affordable housing. So we started off at only 13 units at 80% AMI, and they changed it to 41. The overall change for the whole entire project was up over 300% of a change, and bringing all of the brackets down lower and lower so that we're getting more into the need for those local families that live here. And this FD1 that we just voted on, and I believe it was from yourself, Chair, is extending it. So currently, it was only going to allow the home ownership opportunity for 30 days and it's a lottery system that people have. And we're voting to extend it to 60 because we really want to make sure that local home ownership is a priority, that residents are prioritized, that we're hitting the right AMI brackets. And so in the small little influence that we had over this project, which wasn't as much as the previous projects, I think we really did ask for everything. And they were very willing to work with us and pull those numbers down to where we thought would be more reasonable and helpful to the crisis that we're in for housing. So I am in support for those reasons, and I hope that moving forward we can continue to talk with developers, especially ones that were not completely over the project, and continue to get them to see what we're seeing on the city level, which is no matter if you're a city project or not, we need everyone to start to add into that 80% or below AMI market. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Wire.
Yeah, mahalo, Chair. Just wanted to echo, the support of our colleagues and just share, that particularly the amendment we made today, increasing, the requirements for owner occupancy, I think are what excite me. I mean, I know that in terms of the housing crisis we're experiencing, we know that, it is a crisis. And if we really want to address it, we need to utilize density and height, particularly in the urban core, which will also allow us to preserve, the rest of the island as well, right? Our rural agricultural lands. I do, want to acknowledge that I think everyone testifying today is coming from a place of aloha. They care deeply about our community, even if they're on different sides of this issue. I think there are legitimate issues raised, and I think that's the reason we're doing this hearing, to talk about it. But like Councilmember Kiaina said, I think that the vote today is not about some outside interest, but really about this housing crisis and the fact that the path we're on, with so many folks moving away, so many of my classmates, I'm sure so many of people moving away, that we really have to step it up. And so appreciate this project and what it's providing, understanding that there's no perfect project, right? But looking forward to what we can do together. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion? Councilmember Say.
Well, Chair, let me start off by saying, yes, it is in my district. I am the chair of the zoning committee. And I am in support. It's just been 3 weeks now that in regards to the items on today's agendas, which we had 3, whereby it deals with approving certain exemptions for affordable housing projects, pursuant to what you and I have shared on the floor of this council, dealing with section 201H-38, which is a state law. Under 201H-38, it was the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation, the state agency referred to as HHFDC, that may develop affordable housing projects, which some of our colleagues have stated for the record that it is a state project that may be exempt from statutes, ordinances, charter provisions, and rules of any government agency relating to planning, zoning, construction standards for subdivisions, development and improvement of land and construction of dwelling units thereon. The DPP may also process 201H projects under HRS 46-15.1, which we did have some correspondence. But under HRS 201H-38, the applicable county council must approve with or without modifications or disapprove the proposed 201H project within 45 days after receipt of a report from the HHFDC or the Department of Planning and Permitting and a copy of the 201H project's preliminary plans. For the general public, please understand this. If the county council does not act within the 45-day period, the project is deemed approved, and the exemptions sought for the project are authorized as requested. The reports from HHFDC and DPP relating to the 3 201H project resolutions that we have on our agenda today were received by the council in late December of 2022. Therefore, thank you very much for allowing me to be the chair. The zoning committee will need to consider and report the 3 resolutions out of today's meeting in some form or consideration and final action by the full council on its meeting on January 25th, 2023, which is today. To some degree, I'm very, very happy and elated because the original resolution did not take into consideration that 60% of our 1,005 units will be affordable for fee. 600 units equates for me an individual, a couple, or even a family of 3 that may qualify for one of these units. We should take into consideration that there is no studios in this particular project. I'm very happy to report they are doing their best in regards to the traffic impact report that I have here. But more importantly, other creative activities that they have tried to provide for the future tenants of the Ku'ulei Place project. The gray water appropriation that they'll be using in recycling or reclaiming water that, is going to go into the sewer lines or the storm drains will be reclaimed. They are also looking forward to helping the tenants in regards to their utilities, as far as solar panels or whatever it may take. Listening to today's discussion, I was really humbled by Mr. Higa. What organization he represents is a housing organization that represents the younger generation in asking us to find units of housing for their generation rather than having them leave the state of Hawaii or the county of Oahu. Yes, it is a tough one for me because it is part of the district that I do represent, and I apologize to those who are of the Moilili Makali Neighborhood Board, but the developer go through the process of having those particular outreach. I'm happy to report that the testifier stated for the record that they are talking to those tenants on these 2-story apartments about this relocation as far as where they can support them. The outreach that the developer has done, I would say, is commendable also, that they have tried their best to do as much outreach, trying to be as much as possible transparent and open. And at the end of the day, to some degree, Chair, I feel good. At least with this measure I'm supporting, I'll be providing over 600 plus units to address our 22,000 housing shortage that we have in the state of Hawaii. And reading the DBED reports, I think, we should all be in strong support of it. And I don't believe the people that are opposed to it are that group they people may call NIMBY. No. They have that sincere love for the Mo'iliili Kapahulu area, the Kapilani Boulevard. And I truly feel that maybe this project will be a better project than what we have today, which is those 2-story walk-ups and some of these apartments that are vacant and boarded up. And I truly hope that the developer will take into consideration the concerns of all of the tenants that you'll be displacing. So in closing, Mr. Chair, I do support it, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion, members? I have a comment. I am also in support, and I want to explain why. This is also, while it's in Councilmember Say's district, it abuts my district. In fact, I think the dividing line is just behind this project. As Councilmember Say pointed out, state law requires us to act on this project within 45 days. That's the state law. We must. If we don't act on it in one form or another, either amending it or denying it, it is deemed approved. So I just want to make that clear for everybody. I know some of the testifiers wanted us to put a pause on this. But the fact of the matter is, if we don't take action today, it's deemed approved as originally presented to HHFDC. I do want to thank Councilmember Kia'aina, who worked with the developer, and I may use the word squeeze the developer, to increase the amount of affordability that wasn't there initially. There's more units, as Councilmember Tupola points out, at the 80% AMI level. at the 80 to 100% AMI level, at the 100 to 110% AMI level, and the 120 to 140. And by the way, state law, and again, to reiterate what Councilmember Tupola pointed out, is that state law defines affordable as 140% AMI. Yeah, that's state law that we're bound by. So taking that all into account, I also want to point out that people have characterized the incentives as giveaways. What we're talking about is building permit fees, plan review fees, sewer fees, grading and grubbing fees, trenching permitting fees, utility connection fees, private storm drain connection fees, fire department plan reviews, park dedication. The total amount is $12,356,441. I know there's been talk with the neighborhood boards that I've attended that the giveaways are up to $40 million. That's not true. It's $12.3 million, which, by the way, if you do the math, based on all the units, we will recoup that in 4.5 years. So I'm not saying it's a giveaway. It's not a giveaway. The other thing I like about the project is that it only requires 5% down to buy one of these projects. Typically, it's 20% down. And they're required to live there for 10 years, which I think is another good requirement. I've heard from my community about the 400-foot towers. I know there are other buildings in the area that aren't quite 400 feet, but very comparable to 400 feet. Many buildings are 350 feet, 370 feet, 375 feet in the vicinity. I heard about eliminating affordable housing in the walk-ups. I believe the developer is going to do their best to help those people qualify and perhaps get into one of these units. Traffic is always a concern, and it will continue to be a concern. But ultimately, this is considered the urban core. And I take to heart what Councilmember Wire is saying, that in order to preserve our country and country lifestyle, we should be developing the urban core so that maybe you don't need a car and you can hop on the bus to get into town to work. So taking all these things into account, I did hear my constituents. I do recognize that many neighborhood boards in my district actually oppose this, but I just wanted to explain why I'm in support. I do also I'm looking forward to what the developer talked about, is using the gray water. Rather than putting it in our sewer system, they're going to reuse the gray water on property, which, as far as I know, I haven't seen one of these done before, especially not in a 201H project. But anyway, having said that, any further discussion before we take the vote? Seeing none, thank you, members. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia'aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say?
Aye.
Councilmember Tauba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
9 ayes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. CR 8 and Resolution 22-298, CD1, FD1 has been adopted. Members, it is now 1:30 p.m. We're on page 14 out of, I believe, we have 19 pages. May I suggest we keep powering through rather than taking lunch? And by the way, District 4 is sponsoring lunch, and I'm hoping all the staffs have already gone and eaten. But if that's okay, we'll power through. Terrific. Now to the bottom of page 14 from the Committee on Parks, Enterprise Services, Culture and the Arts, Councilmember Tolba.
I move that Committee Report 10 and Resolution 22-290 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Encouraging the city administration to work cooperatively with community stakeholders to relocate city-owned surf racks in Waikiki.
Thank you very much. I believe we have the honorary mayor of Waikiki, who now lives in Kaimaki as a proud homeowner, Tim Gary. Aloha. Please proceed.
Yes, I'm in approval of this. The surf racks that were down there next to the Moana that were burned twice, they were approximately about 500 surfboards down there. But in speaking with the mayor and with Chair, that location is not going back there. The Moana Surf Rider incurred a cost of $1 million for their deductibles on their insurance because of that. And they're pretty steadfast in that not being there. So I've been talking story with some of the older people down there. The locations of where those racks were was for a specific person that kept their boards there and surfed directly in front of their canoes. Most of them were kapuna that are limited in how far they can carry their boards. So I've talked story with some people down there. What I'd like to do is a private-public partnership. There's a couple locations where I think would be appropriate on a downsize thing. A lot of those boards were there, they were never used. They were just stored down there. So if we can get an area of maybe 50 or 75 boards, which is, and being accessible for the kapuna so that they can utilize it, and also make it an attraction for the visitors, maybe incorporate memorials to some of the beach boys that have been down there for decades, and making it an attraction and utilizing the area. So there's a couple spots that I think that could be appropriate that would not be in the sight line and destroy the sight line of the ocean, but be utilized for that specific reason of helping the kapuna that right in that area. I think it's workable, but on a downsized thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for Mr. Gary? Seeing none, I believe we also have Linda Kea as a registered testifier. Aloha and good afternoon. Please proceed.
Aloha. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Aloha, Chair Waters and fellow City Council members. My name is Linda Kea. I am a member of the Friends of Kuhio Beach Surfboard Racks. I support the resolution 22-290. I have been surfing in Waikiki for over 30 years. I'm a longtime surf rack tenant and a member of the Waikiki Beach community. Our community needs a place, especially for our kupuna and disabled surfers, to keep their surfboards and access the ocean near Queens and canoe surf breaks. It has been a burden on many of the tenants since the second fire that occurred, both financially and especially physically. We have kupuna that are in their 70s and 80s that cannot surf until the lockers are rebuilt. And just trying to get their board to the beach is extremely difficult, if not impossible for some. Our community would like to be involved with the rebuilding of the surfboard lockers. We feel that we can bring a lot of great ideas to the table since we are there for a regular to daily basis on the beach. We can assist the city with the ideas from the location, design, and would love to provide input in how the lockers could best be managed moving forward for both the city and for the community. We appreciate the proposal for the resolution and look forward to working together to rebuild the Waikiki surf racks. They have been a fixture for many years for locals and tourists alike. It's quite sad to see the tourists round the corner to try and take photos of the beautiful surfboards, only to be greeted by an empty space. As for the surfers in the community, we have always been there to show our visitors our aloha and share our ike about Oahu, including the do's and don'ts of the beautiful Hawaiian culture. The Waikiki surf racks are not just a place to store your board. Don't get me wrong, that's why we're here. But it's also been a part of our local and Hawaiian sense of place, which Waikiki needs right now. And our group would really like to, get with the powers, the people that are in control of rebuilding these lockers. And we'd love to meet with them so that we can, work together, with the city to complete the vision. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, is there anybody else wishing to testify on this matter? Looks like 2 people in the audience want to testify. Hello, welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Aloha, my name's Tom Kopp, and I want to thank you, Chairman Waters, for introducing the resolution. As a waterman, I guess you can relate to what we do. Council members, some of the members of our coalition are constituents of your guys' area, probably with the exception of maybe Waianae and the North Shore, but we got people as far as out as Mililani and, all other areas like that. So we ask that you guys support this resolution. We believe that there is a solution. We'd like to have Kioia at the table. We don't have access to the mayor like the hotel industry does, where they can make a decision and say, hey, Mayor, we don't want this here, okay? We're asking you to support us, and there are solutions, like he said, that we can do. We can do maybe multiple smaller sites like that, but there is a solution. The University of Hawaii, when they were kicked out of Aloha Stadium, okay, they took action. They got the Ching complex going. They hired companies from Germany to bring the bleachers and what have you. So we ask you that you support this resolution for not only the Kapunas, they're the Keikis, families, and for generations. I've seen people when they were 7, 9, 10 years old, they're 40 years old, and they're bringing their kids. So it's a vital thing for Waikiki and for the community. Thank you very much. Aloha. Any questions?
Yes, actually. Members, any questions? I just have 1 or 2. The racks that were burnt down, those are racks that are utilized by local people, right?
I'm sorry?
The racks that were burned down and the ones that we want replaced are utilized by local residents.
Majority it's locals, but they're also people from the mainland, like airline pilots that have their regular route here. They had lockers, so it was majority was locals.
Okay, and there are currently racks on the beach, but those are racks that the tourist companies have racks on the beach, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and those cater to tourists, right? For the most part.
Well, they have the surfboard rental businesses.
Correct.
And as far as providing, there's only one business that I know of that is between the Cheesecake Factory and the Outrigger Hotel that has racks for both locals and for outside residents.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Aloha.
Aloha. Angela, did you want to testify?
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Angela. I'm testifying in strong support on behalf of Kapalama NSW. I testify in support of the intent to work collaboratively. Maybe there should be like a collaborative task force or something, but that's not my field of expertise. I would like to provide a little bit of comments and insight on behalf of some of the safety concerns because of the fires. In our capacity as a citizens-led initiative, a grassroots of HPD, we coordinate public safety walks, attend trainings with various districts, including Nanakuli HPD, District 8, Waikiki, District 6. So not only can I provide firsthand witness statements about fires that we have witnessed, we have evidence, photos, videos of fires in our communities, and I've personally had to put out a fire. And it was because I got to the scene of the emergency before the HFD team got to the scene of the emergency. And I did what my instincts told me to do. So I know, fires are very harmful to communities. So I testify in strong support. There should be the collaborative task force, but also perhaps an investigation for fires to work with HFD to send out the K-9 unit to investigate if there's other repeated offenses. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I see Director Propilio here. Would you mind? I apologize. I missed the Parks meeting when we heard the bill resolution, but are you in support of this resolution?
Yeah, thank you. We were, and we appreciate, first off, thank you, Chair Waters and Vice Chair Kiana for having me here today to be able to discuss this. Obviously, Jerry Papillo, Enterprise Services, obviously we, want to seek solutions. And so we have, from that meeting until today, we have had some community input. I was able to talk on the phone with a testifier and also in person with a few. So the one thing that we've put forth is, hey, continue to build the consensus, because I think the goal is the same for a lot of us, finding a good location that could work for everybody. And so we want people to come together and come up with some viable options and solutions that we can work collectively to, come up with that fulfillment of the services. We're also, just me personally, I think, the right next to Kilya, when you have two fires and you put somebody into a situation like that, I think that's a rough spot. So whether it's a pared down version or a public-private partnership, again, we're very open to hearing the thoughts and ideas. Again, key is just building that consensus amongst all of those community stakeholders so that there's a united front when we do try to move forward, that we have the support and working with everybody to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Waikiki is full of tourists, obviously, but it's nice to have local people coming down, enjoying the beautiful beach and ocean. And tourists like seeing other tourists, but they also like seeing Hawaiians and local people there too. So when you have surf racks and canoes, maybe we can talk about bringing local canoes to the beach as well, not just the Beach Boys canoes. But the idea really is to provide racks for local people who sometimes don't have the ability to put it on their car and drive down to the beach. And it is convenient for folks who have disabilities to keep their board near the water. So thank you for that. Appreciate your willingness to work with the community. Members, any further discussion? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Chair. Director Papilio, I was just wondering about whether a pared down version, would it be based off of location, or will it be based off of extra security that the racks will need to have? And that's the reason why a pared down version, or like less than 500 or 500 and so racks would be needed.
Yeah, it's finding the location that's large enough and capable of, I think, keeping secure, but also fulfilling the service to the people that really need it. And so that's the balance that I think we want to seek public input on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I was just wondering, did you know if all 525 or 575 racks were filled with actual surfboards?
Yeah, it was a pretty full house. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, thank you, Director.
Sorry, Chair Waters, I think there was a hand up on further input.
I'm sorry, we closed public testimony.
Yeah, all yours.
Any further discussion by council members? Well, I actually have a question. I went and viewed the racks after they were burned, and I was told that your department cut them up and put them to scrap metal. They were actually still usable in my mind. With a good cleaning, we could have reused them. But that's more of a comment than a question. But thank you. Thank you for your willingness to work with the community to find a solution to this problem. Members, we are on page 14 of 17, as I remembered. I'm happy to talk to you later, sir, but let's take a vote. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 10 and Resolution 22-290 has been adopted. Thank you, members. Moving to the top of page 15, from the Committee on Public Safety, Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 11 and Resolution 22-253 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Thank you. Requesting the city administration to step up enforcement of the city's sit, lie, and stored property ordinances on city sidewalks and other public properties near schools.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone registered to testify on this matter?
Mr. Gary?
Hello, Mr. Gary. Thank you again. Please proceed.
Yes, I'm in strong support of this, and in fact, I'm for an expanded version of it. I'm heavily involved in the Safe and Sound program in Waikiki. Me and a couple other people were the impetus behind this. We have worked hundreds of hours on this as private citizens and not gotten any money, don't seek any money for it. The situation in Waikiki was atrocious. We have documented facts since Safe and Sound of how many people have been arrested, how many drug dealers we've taken off the street. It's been a success, but we still have more work to do. There was a clog in the system. Steve Alm came up with the strategy of geographical restrictions. We're up to 32 people that have geographical restrictions. But there has been some clog in from the court order down to the police department. We have documented people that have geographic restrictions from Waikiki that walk by the police officers every day. And the police officers' remedy for that is to fill out a report. You can walk right in front of them, knowing that they have a restriction. And the police officer's response is to fill out a probation report, send it back to the court. Then the court has to come up with a paper and get it back to the police department. It's taken months to do it. So it wasn't really thought through, the whole process. It sounded great on paper. In our one little area from the substation in Waikiki to Kapahulu, boundary of Kuhio, in the almost 5 months of Safe and Sound, we've had almost 700 arrests. So on this proposal for schools and stuff, let's expand it. Why isn't the whole island safe and sound? Why just our golden goose of Waikiki? I was down there this morning before I came to the meeting, and I'm trying not to swear, but I have pictures that would make you vomit of what is going on down there. Chair Waters knows. He attended the Safe and Sound news conference with the mayor, the chief of police, and everybody else who applauded. And at that meeting, they also asked us to hold them accountable. I'm holding everybody accountable. Not just talk, but walk. We spent so much money on this, and we're not getting our results. We need to be more results-oriented. I've taken too much of your time. I appreciate it. Just one other thing. Congratulations to 2 of our city and county lifeguards, Luke, who won the Eddie, and also Keegan Edwards, who won the Dahui shootout at Pipeline. Those kudos to our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gary. Madam Clerk, anybody else wishing to testify? Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Chinatown, Chulan Shubikwak, I fully support this, and especially near schools. This is very important to enforce because it's already a law. And in Chinatown especially, it should be a win-win-win with 3 Chinese schools where we have sidewalk blockage near the Chinese Cultural Plaza. We also have a preschool on Bethel Street, the Montessori school. And the teachers have actually came to the neighborhood board and complained about some of these sidewalk blockage by folks who are pretty entrenched in certain locations in downtown Chinatown. So I fully support this, and I hope if there are resources to help the police, and this is win-win-win for both merchants, businesses, schools, and the individuals that are blocking this, because some of the individuals have dogs, have weapons, and some of them are pretty unpredictable about how they would do. But overall, the report from Chinatown is that our streets are much cleaner, quieter, and we are very appreciative of what the mayor and the city council and the mayor's team they are doing. So I just wanted to give you this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify on this matter? Angela Chung.
Aloha City Council. My name is Angela, and I'm testifying in strong support of the resolution, of the sit and lie resolution, as it will support students, schools, and various communities. I'd just like to provide a comment and refer to a revised ordinance that prohibits lying at a bus stop. The city revised ordinance section 13-12.2. No person may lie down in a designated bus stop area or on a tarp, towel, blanket, sleeping bag, bedding, chair, bench, tent, floor, cardboard, or any other object or material located in a designated bus stop area. So alluding to this could be a helpful example to strengthen the resolution because it's an existing law. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Any further testimony? Either remote or in person?
No remote.
Thank you very much, members. We're in discussion. Councilmember Tupolo.
Thank you. Chairman supported this public safety measure and just want to emphasize the need for a plan and for funding. Monday, my office participated in the point-in-time count. We were specifically assigned to work in the Kapolei area. This is a once-a-year measure that we try to figure out where we're at statewide. And currently, since 2010, we've seen an increased uptick of unsheltered homeless. The sheltered has been going down according to the count, but my concern is we still haven't seen a plan forward from the administration regarding exactly what our steps forward would be on homelessness. I also want to thank DFM for the meeting with me yesterday, and we specifically discussed the need for more DFM support. As you know, the majority of the SPO lift is from the DFM department. And I do think in this upcoming budget cycle, in order for us to support this resolution and other enforcement matters, we're going to have to man this department. In 2021, the Honolulu Auditor published a report called Follow-Up on Recommendations from Report Number 1705, Audit of Housing First, Community Assistance Programs, and Hale Mauliola Homeless Programs. On the top of the recommendations was to create a state and city combined plan. I believe this council is eager to address this issue, and I hope that moving forward, we make a plan with our new governor, new state homeless director, and our city so that we can see some marked progress. I think we've heard from the community the need, and that definitely for public safety, we want to see that these programs move, but also they need to be funded with a clear outline of where we're going with that. So in support, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dos Santos Town.
Thank you, Chair. I want to express my appreciation and strong support for this resolution. Councilmember Cordero and I were at a meeting in Kalihi yesterday in our shared area, and we were driving back to Honolulu Hale. And as we drove down King Street, in front of Ka'iulani Elementary School, there was a homeless tent on fire. HFD was responding, HPD was responding. It was literally on fire. And we stopped the car, and I had a chance to get out. But if this fire had happened 3 hours before or 2 hours after, there would be kids walking to and from Ka'iulani Elementary School, walking across to We Are Oceania, which is based at St. Elizabeth's Church, right where that fire happened. It is ridiculous to me that many of these schools, especially my district, continue to have encampments right next door, and we can't seem to find a way to, encourage them to get into shelter, to move, and to stop being hazardous to our students. And so I really appreciate this resolution. It became crystal clear to me yesterday the magnitude of the issue, especially in and around many of the schools in our downtown Chinatown and Palama areas.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you, Chair. Echo everyone speaking. Last two speakers. As I mentioned in committee, until we see a homeless plan, and I think Director Crucky is here. Can I ask that question? Because I think, until we see some sort of plan, our communities are left with few resources. So, love to hear your thoughts.
We are working under a planned set of activities, but in terms of that plan being there, that's really in the managing director's office to bring that forward to you.
Okay. Guys, because we've been waiting for almost 2 years now. And unfortunately, it took a bad incident for us to even come to talk about this situation, even though we know everywhere we look, everywhere we turn, we see the challenges. So I know that you guys are doing your best, but this is an urgency, and I think the community in general wants to see some action. Okay, that's all I have to say. I'm in full support.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to first thank my Vice Chair in the Public Safety Committee, Councilmember Talba, for the introduction of this resolution. I want to thank the members of this body because when we held this committee, I wasn't sure of what discussion would take place, but it's evident from that day and from here as well that this is a topic and a concern, not just in one of our districts, but across the board. And I was really appreciative for all of the input that day as well as today. Those of you who know I've had spoken many times before, I come from, in a previous life, I was a special education teacher. And I will tell you, when I went to campus every day, the last thing I was thinking of was how to keep my students safe from people coming onto campus, because my focus was on educating them and keeping them safe while in my classroom or on the school grounds. I also am a mom of 2 daughters. I drop off my child, she's a 4th grader now, and she will wave goodbye to me as far as she can see me. And when I leave her there on campus, I want to trust that when I leave and walk away, that she'll be safe. And so I understand that this is an issue that has been around from before I've been a member of this body, but I think the discussions that we're hearing, and we know that this is already into law, we need to take bigger action, because we can't rely on, we can't put the onus on top of the teachers or our family members to just in good faith know what to do, or they're not going to know what to do. So I think for me, I want to really see this resolution not just be words, but take effect. Something that I heard in the committee hearing that we held was that this is not something that, again, we can do within our own body. We have to work with departments, both here in the county level, but also at the state level. And so that's something I'm looking forward to. And last but not least, I want to, again, just thank the members, because we know at the end of the day, at least when I was walking door to door last year during the campaign, when I asked the members of my community, what are your main concerns? We do hear the topics of housing and affordable living, but really what I heard repeatedly, especially in the Pearl City area, which is the new part of the district that I gained, was public safety. So I'm really grateful to be the chair of this committee, because I know that when it comes down to it, our families care about the safety of their kupuna, their keiki, and all of our community members at large. So thank you for this opportunity, and hopefully as together we can work to make sure that a plan becomes more concrete and that we have things that are more tangible versus just words that we need to follow up on repeatedly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? I just had one. In the last 2 years, the council has appropriated money for not only affordable housing, but also to build permanent housing for homeless people. A lot of those resources were put in the Department of Land Management, and I fully understand that you're not the Director of Land Management, but to the extent that you do have any input or knowledge, is there a plan to use any of the money that the council appropriated to build permanent housing for homeless people so that they're not continually moved through enforcement or sweeps?
Council Chair and council members, thank you for the opportunity to be here and testify in addition to answering that question. For the 170 that you talk about, that comes up often in our Affordable Housing Committee and where we can place it, and sometimes where it would cross over into DCS, because generally if we're building houses, we're building them and surrounding them with services. We have plans in place not only for permanent housing that could house homeless, but also transitional housing. I think there's a lot to be said for the good work that many of the service providers have done that develop relationships and having someone willing to move. I think that it's not a given that someone will move into housing. It's something that you have to work on in a way that actually works, because that person still retains that right to do that. And like in this particular resolution, we'll bring back a pilot program for you. We'll work with you, maybe picking 3 school districts to do that. At the same time, it's important to note that the SIT-LI and the SPOs are not homeless programs. They're sanitation programs. We'll clean them up, but we'll do it in a way, but I understand the nexus of the individuals that are there, but it's not a homeless program. And for all our sake, I wanted to make that statement.
Thank you. Just want to point out that the $170 million that was put in by then Budget Chair Say will expire at the end of this fiscal year, which I think is June 30th.
Yeah, I would like some of it, so I'm working on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 11 and Resolution 22-253 CD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 16, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that the balance of committee reports be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
Zoning Committee Report 6, granting a 90-day extension of time for Resolution 22-293, granting a special management area use permit to allow renovations and additions at Sea Life Park at tax map key 4-1-014-004 in Waimanalo.
Thank you very much. Are there any registered in-person or registered remote testifiers?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the gallery who would like to testify or remotely would like to testify? Seeing none, thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Noting no discussion, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, the balance of the committee reports have been adopted. There being no unfinished business, moving to the top of page 17, new business. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-9 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of travel and related expenses valued at $2,922.44 to the city from the Western States Arts Federation for the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Culture and Arts to attend the Western States Arts Federation Spring Board of Trustees meeting and Arts Leadership and Advocacy Seminar in Washington, D.C. from February 12th to the 15th, 2023.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, is there anyone wishing to testify on this matter?
There are none, Ms. Oh, I'm sorry. We have one.
Angela Chung, please proceed.
Aloha City Council. My name is Angela, and I'm testifying in strong support of the resolution. The arts and MOCA and their efforts for the cities to meet to contribute to the city's cultural arts is necessary, and any extra professional development to grow their expertise is necessary. So in support of the director from MOCA's expenses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else wishing to testify? Members, we're in discussion. I do want to note the presence of the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Culture and the Arts, Makanani Salah. Thank you so much for waiting patiently. If she's available if you have any questions. Seeing none. Any other discussion? Noting none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations. Resolution 23-9 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-7 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution relates to the appointment of Rebecca Soon to serve on the Salary Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend?
I so move, Chair. Further move to amend Resolution 23-7 to the hand-carried FD1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation of the amendment.
The proposed FD1 makes the following amendments. Subsection A changes the term expiration to January 15, 2027. Subsection B makes miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any persons wishing to testify on the amendment? Once that's done, I'll call up Ms. Soon to come and say a few words.
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Members who are in discussion on the motion to amend. Seeing none, are there any objections or reservations to the motion to amend? Noting no objections or reservations, the resolution has been amended to the hand-carried FD1. Are there any objections or reservations to waiving Council Rule 19G, the 48-hour rule? Noting none, so ordered. Thank you so much, Ms. Soon, for waiting patiently all day. It's now 2:15. I know I saw you here at 8 o'clock. Please proceed.
Mahalo. Aloha nui, mahalo, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, members of the Honolulu City Council. O Rebecca Soon, ko ui noa, o hana ia ma ka'aava aka no mauna lua mai au, no hoa manu anu I keia manawa. Mahalo nui again for entrusting in me, Chair Waters, the opportunity to be nominated to serve in this capacity. You know, having served in both branches, both the executive branch as well as the legislative branch here at the City and County of Honolulu, I really hope that I can bring that lens to this work. I strongly believe, as I know that you all do as well, in the value of ensuring that we're really attracting people from across our workforce to fulfill this important work and to carry forward the important kuleana of the city as a whole to our communities. So again, just to be brief, I wanted to just mahalo again Chair Waters for the opportunity and his team support along the way, and wanted to thank members who took the opportunity to talk story with me and ask questions in advance, and hear if anyone has any questions or any mana'o that you'd like to share to help support in this role should I have the honor of being confirmed. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the nominee members? Councilmember Kia Aina, followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, Becky, you would be an excellent appointment to the commission. I, of course, knew your father, Ray Soon, when he was chair of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and both he and your mother have also served in the city. I believe your experience with both the executive and city council, I think would hopefully provide guidance to the other commissioners. My question is quite simple. I put in at least 40 plus hours for the city council, and I'm assuming the rest of the members do as well. I don't consider it a part-time job. And while I did have a job for the first 2 years of my term as an executive director for a nonprofit organization, I'm actually going to pull back from those duties because I simply, I have to, this is a full-time job. So my question to you is, do you believe that this is a part-time job or a full-time job? And the reason I'm asking this is, you know, I don't see anything different that we're doing than any director of the executive branch. And I doubt that if you go and do a poll from our constituents and you ask them, do you want them to be a part-time member and only answer your concerns part-time or full-time? Which would you rather have? I think you know the answer. So again, I just want to ask, what are your thoughts with regard to whether you believe a city council member is a part-time or full-time job?
I'll get used to that. Mahalo, Vice Chair, for the question. I completely concur and kako'o your statement. I think you're respectfully also being humble. I think you work far more than 40 hours a week, as I think many of your colleagues do, whether it's here in the Hale or whether it's out in community or whether it's drafting and putting together legislation. I think it's pretty clear that the council does far more than 40 hours a week. And I think it's also partly about this council, but also what are we attracting in terms of future council members? And while individuals might not run for public office to make the same amount that you would make in the private sector, I certainly think that we should at least be paying our members a living wage that allows members to focus full-time on this work. So I hope to bring some of those thoughts to the commission.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any further questions for the nominee? Councilmember Wire.
Not so much a question, but thank you, Chair. Just wanted to say mahalo, Ms. Soon, for stepping up, knowing that this is a volunteer position. And just mahalo for looking at your resume, about 20 years of service to our community, to justice, to making government work better. And so really appreciate you. Mahalo.
Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. I wasn't really going to speak up, but or have any questions, but I guess I would like to share, if I could, something personal. And I know that we are bound by sunshine, but we can talk about things that are personal. And something that's personal throughout that I've discussed with a lot of my fellow members, and only to really talk about my personal stuff, is that like it really feels like it's hard to either start a life or continue our lives while in this position, even though we are considered part-time, with what we can call it a restriction with salary, as well as much as we are requested and required to do. And that is something that even when we are out, like let's say this evening, gonna be with different neighborhood security watch groups and whatnot, a lot of them ask me, like personally, because they bubble my name in for a vote, that when are you gonna start your life? When are you gonna, like, how can you understand my concerns with my children if you don't have children yourself, or something like that? Or, you know, before I was married, if you aren't married yet. And I thought I would sit and think about this a lot, and it's because of these certain restrictions or constraints that we have, that we deal with. And normally I wouldn't want to like air that out publicly, but it's real. And I mean, always be on the lookout on Indeed, wanting to do like maybe, I don't know, grocery sales, grocery stocking late at night. That is something that we are always looking at. You know, if I could share, my colleague who represents the North Shore, wanting to possibly look at becoming barista part-time, because it is hard to continue this. But can we? Are we able to? Am I able to start work 8 p.m., miss my evening meetings, and then end work 7 p.m., and then come right back to Hale or back to my district and just work? And I know people who've done that, even trying to get to this position, Councilmember Talba for one. So I just wanted to share that behind like us sitting here being accused of being bought out or anything like that, that we are struggling as well. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Councilmember Tolba.
I'd love to jump in on this this discussion. This is awesome. You know, one of the reasons why I ran, because I saw it was very difficult to live here. People still ask me, how do you do it? How do you do morning radio, come to city council, and continue to do gigs? One, I've always done it. Two, I still gotta support my family. I still gotta make sure that I pay my bills. I still gotta make sure that I'm paying all the college that all my children went to. It is tough. It is tough, but every day when I come here, am I tired? Because we have nighttime neighborhood board meetings and people attacking. You know, why don't you guys, you know, even like the comment made during the presentation about, you know, we building affordable, or the Muilili project, and how, you know, we're being bought out by unions or developers is almost crazy. It's almost crazy. If I could sit here, focus, and do what I love doing now, and that is serving the public, awesome. Awesome. That, you know, that would be amazing. But I hear the sentiments. The struggle is real, right? The struggle is real. But at the end of the day, I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful that people that elected us see the real inside, and they're looking at us, and they know that we want to represent them, and we want to represent them well, and we're doing our best. So I get it. I maybe one day, you know, if not, I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing, and I'm going to continue to serve, and I'm going to continue to come here and fight for the people who put us in office. So I just wanted to jump in on the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, concerns, or comments? Councilmember Dos Santos Town.
Thank you. Just a comment. I want to thank Nisun for volunteering for this position. All of our commissioners who volunteer their time, it takes away from their work. It takes away from the other things that they have in their life. And I know Nisun has lots of other advocacy work and other things that she does, but to volunteer to be on this very important commission and to share her manao from her experience in the legislative branch and the executive branch, as well as her lived experience. I know we can count on her to always tell the truth, even when it's not convenient, even when it's not popular, and just to be caring and thoughtful and kind. I really appreciate that about her, which is why I'll be supporting her nomination.
Thank you so much. Any further comments or questions? I have a question, and I'm honestly not sure you were able to answer it. But where did the designation come from that this job is part-time? Do you know?
It's a great question, Chair. And in my review of the charter, I don't see it there, so I don't have an answer to where exactly it comes from. There are some pieces within the charter that talk about having there be a relationship between some of the other city employees with some of the, not just the council positions, but of course this commission deals with directors, deputies, the mayor's position, core deputies, as well as the prosecuting attorney. So there's some language that talks about having a relationship with the bargaining units, which I think makes some sense, but I don't see anything that talks about this being part-time, and so that'll be something I'll definitely be sure to take up if given the opportunity.
Do you also recognize that the council, not only this island but other islands, is different from the legislature in that we meet year-round, as opposed to the legislature who only convenes from January to May? Do you take that into consideration in your deliberations going forward?
Absolutely. I would also encourage, if given the opportunity, the commission to take into consideration other factors such as the AMI level that these positions are currently set at, which, if I'm understanding correctly, is somewhere around 60 to 70% AMI for our current council positions. I also think taking into consideration how other jurisdictions have considered this. For example, there are other county councils that have a different pay level than the current council here in Honolulu. So I think all of those are important considerations.
Is it true that if this was our only job, we would qualify for rental relief under the city's rental relief program? Not
not
that any of us
familiar with
did
the
apply.
current
I don't think any
program.
of us did, but I just want to illustrate the point that based on our current salary, we would be eligible for rent relief.
I'm not familiar with the current rent relief program, but the prior rent relief program that I worked on, absolutely. And I think also that, the appropriateness of today's conversations around building affordable housing in our communities, I think understanding how personal that is, our own city workers, including our elected officials, but our city workers as well should be able to afford to live in the communities they serve.
Just for the record, members, I did not apply for rental relief. Okay, thank you so much. Any follow-up questions or comments? Members, we do have to take public testimony. Madam Clerk, is there anybody wishing to testify on the appointment of Rebecca Soon from the public?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-7 FD1 has been adopted. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve. And congratulations. Members, moving on to the top of page 18, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-10 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution relates to appointments to the Hawaii State Association of Counties Executive Committee.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody wishing to testify?
There is no one, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-10 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-6 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution approves an extension of time to obtain a development permit for the St. Rita Catholic Church reconstruction project in Nanakuli, Oahu, under the Special Management Area Use Permit granted by Resolution number 20-1 CD1.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend Resolution 23-6 to the posted FD1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation of the motion to amend.
Thank you very much. The proposed FD1 makes the following amendments. A, we amend the title of the resolution to read as follows. Amending Resolution 20-1 CD1 to extend the deadline to obtain a development permit for the St. Rita Catholic Church reconstruction project in Nanakuli, Oahu. B, amends the fourth whereas clause to provide that the applicant is further requesting a second one-year extension to obtain a development permit for the project due to various delays in obtaining a development permit for the project. C, amends the bid resolve clause to provide that Condition 8H of Resolution 20-1 CD1 is hereby amended to extend the deadline to obtain a development permit for the St. Rita Catholic Church reconstruction project to February 19, 2024. D, add a new first bid further resolve clause to specify that further extensions of the February 19, 2024 deadline will require the approval of the council pursuant to the procedures set forth in Condition 8H of Resolution 20-1 CD1. And finally, E, we make miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody in the gallery in person who would like to testify on the motion to amend? Hello. Thank you for being here today. Please proceed.
Aloha. Thank you, Council Chair. My name is Patrick Gomes, and I'm from St. Rita's Catholic Church. I am here to speak on the extension of our SMA. It's a second extension, and also to say that this is also the second SMA that we completed. The first SMA, we did not meet the criteria of filing for an extension in 2017. So I do not want to lose this opportunity to say that we need it. We have been working diligently for 2.5 years trying to get one single development permit. However, because I packaged the whole thing with 8 building permits, including demolition as part of this building, it took ages. Just to explain to you a little bit why the holdup. Historical has, when I first processed the permit in July of 2002, it went in process. There was a lot of requirements. I did all the requirements. I submitted what they asked, the historical building reports and everything. However, it was rejected after 6 months because, quote, I need to have a professional archaeologist or licensed architect in historical areas to do it. However, in the historical report from Shifty, they said a simple report is sufficient. I did a pretty complex one with details of everything, photos, and it was rejected because it did not meet their requirements. So I had to hire a consultant, and that took us years, another months and months. And to make a long story short, I did get approval from State Historical after going through the National Park Services, hire other consultants to do the historical inventory report. We did get their approval this past November 22nd of 22. Okay, the other big holdup was trying to get highways department approval. Not knowing the process of trying to cut into Farrington Highway to install a fire sprinkler to sprinkle all the buildings required use occupancy agreement, which took 8 months to complete. When I submitted it and got the consultant, it took us a year and 6 months. It went through, it was approved through the city, the state, and now we're at that point where we're almost ready to receive the state highways approval. However, the last comment came back 3 weeks ago. We need to provide a new traffic plan because the one that was submitted back in 2016 is void now because it's too old. So we did complete everything 3 months ago, going through the process. And along with that, we had to have a noise variance permit, which I did that also and went to the community. And it's all done. Only thing we're waiting on time to get it to the city. And the state, so that we can have our traffic approval. The other holdup we have is the building department, which is really not a holdup. They have been working with us for 2.5 years, and there was a lot of requirements, which we did everything to comply with their requirements. We have cleared all departments with the exception of one more branch, which is the building division. They have our plans in review, final review, and we're still waiting on their results. We've been waiting from September, and we hopefully it comes shortly. Other than that, to lose this chance to keep this SMA is really, really detrimental to the church and to us. After 2.5 years and 2 years prior to that. So I ask for your concurrence and thank you for hearing me. And also, I would just like to say one thing. I don't know who, I know one of you did it, who put us up on the agenda. I was in the mode that I'm rushing hard to get a development permit right now. I've been doing it for going. And if this goes through, I can rest a little bit, So anyway, thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Anybody else wishing to testify on this matter in the gallery or remotely? Madam Clerk, is there anyone remotely?
No remote testifiers.
Okay, thank you. Members, we're in discussion on the motion to amend. Okay, seeing no objection, no discussion on the motion to amend. Any objections to the motion to amend? Noted no objections to the motion to amend. Resolution 23-6 has been amended to the posted FD1. Any objections to waiving Rule 19G, the 48-hour notice rule? Seeing none, so ordered. Now we're in discussion, we'll take public testimony now on the FD1. Anybody wishing to testify on the FD1? Councilmember Tupola?
I just wanted to thank the council for their support in this. I haven't been there with St. Rita since 2017 working on it, but recently, and we're going to continue to work and see if we can't help them through this. Definitely, we want to see St. Rita's get their renovation that they've been waiting for a very long time. So I thank DPP for their patience and, of course, for the council members' support. So hopefully when this comes back around, it'll be done and it'll be up for a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Just for the record, there is no remote or in-person testimony on the FD1, correct, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
Okay, any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-6 FD1 has been adopted. I believe we have two more matters, members, to the top of page 19. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that communication D12 be approved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This communication is from the Department of Planning and Permitting requesting a 90-day extension of time on Bill 10, 2022 relating to use regulations. And it will basically extend the deadline, which expires on February 26, 2023 for 90 days.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, is there anyone who wishes to testify on this matter?
There's no one, Mr. Clerk.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Thank you. Anybody remote? On the remote?
There is no one.
Thank you very much. I do note that we have Director Designee Apana available, members, if anyone has questions. Any questions for the Director? Seeing none, thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Chair and colleagues, I just wanted to give you an outline of what we're expecting in the Committee on Planning relating to this measure. As you know, Bills 41 and 42 relating to shoreline setback and SMAs are very important. And so we're going to be hoping to move that during the February hearing. So we are aiming to have the first hearing on Bill 10 during committee week in March. And as many of you know, of what we experienced last year, because this is a major overhaul of the land use ordinance, we are working to concentrate hearings by use categories so that we can have more focused discussion at our hearings instead of just moving the bill as a whole. So I just wanted to let you guys know for time purposes and why this extension is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion, members? Noting none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, communication D12 has been approved. Now, members, moving back to page 13, Resolution 22-291. As you recall, we passed an amendment, an FD1, which was on page 3, changing language in paragraph 8 to exemption. On 2 places within paragraph 8, you should have it on your desk. Raise your hand if nobody has it. Okay, we're fulfilling the requirements of sunshine by putting it on everyone's desk. We do have to waive Rule 19G, the 48-hour rule. Any objections to waiving the 48-hour rule? Seeing none, so ordered. We are on the substantive resolution, the FD1. Is there any discussion, or excuse me, anybody wishing to testify on the FD1? Anybody from the
There's-
gallery?
No one, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion on the FD1. Councilmember Wire.
Mahalo, Chair. I'll be voting with reservations on this. As we discussed earlier, there's a big need for affordable housing. But I just wanted to highlight our community because, at one point during the conversation or this whole process, someone had mentioned how, another community was a little more mature than ours. And, I just wanted to reflect on, my past few years on the Waipahu Neighborhood Board. Our community's been open to halfway homes in our community. Honu coming to our community 2 times over at the Cultural Gardens by Plantation Village. And even in regard to this project, unlike other projects where folks are like, oh, this isn't a good spot, folks are actually generally in agreement. This is where we want affordable housing. But some folks are concerned that it's not complying with the TOD plan, right? And, I take pride that Waipahu was the first TOD plan. We had folks really engaged in the process, spent their time, and I think that they anticipated development, as Mr. Oshiro mentions in his testimony, to follow and be guided by the TOD plan, specifically seeing, the 60-foot height limit used at the Waipahu Transit Center station to preserve the cultural center of Waipahu, and then using higher density or more density and more height at the Westlock station, as you're coming into Waipahu from Eva. And so I just want to make sure that, the city going forward, DPP, developers coming into our community, because we know TOD is going to continue, that we're mindful of, all the individuals and the plans and the processes that went into, folks participating like we want them to. And so one of all of those individuals in our community that, submit testimony, participate in those processes. And as I said earlier, I'm excited that we're having this conversation about affordable housing because it really is a crisis. And so this project in particular, I think is easy to love, aside from all of the flaws that I mentioned before. 60% AMI housing, rental housing, that's huge. And I think that's going to greatly benefit the community that it's directly in. And so hopefully as we work through this, we'll continue to improve on our processes. But mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Tolba.
Chair, thank you. We all know with the high cost of living in Hawaii and the shortage of affordable housing, projects like this are critical. So if we want to help the average family live here, that's what we've been talking about all morning. We want to help the average family live here. So projects like this don't come around so often. So, I believe we need to move on the project and move forward. But like Councilman Wire, I attend the same neighborhood board meetings, and I hear the concerns from the Waipahu Neighborhood Board. So I'll be also voting with reservation, and I hope that through these discussions we can come to an understanding, because all morning long we've been hearing, right? We need affordable housing. So with that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Seeing none, thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Aye. Councilmember Talba?
Reservations?
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Reservations.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
9 ayes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. CR5 and Resolution 22-291 FD1 has been adopted. Now moving to the top of page 20, there are no items for the Committee on the Whole or executive session. Announcements. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to what the mayor of Waikiki said and give a shout out to Luke Shepherdson, City and County Lifeguard, won the Eddie this past Sunday. Not to take away any light from Councilmember Wire, who was right there in Waimea Bay watching all of it. Some of us just had to watch it on TV, but I just got to shout out, we have the best lifeguards, and it is evident when you see something like that where he goes out, catches a wave, comes back, gets to the lifeguard stand and goes back to work. So just want to say we love them and we're grateful for all our first responders. Don't know if Councilmember Wire wants to add to that. It was epic.
No, just do a big second to that, and mahalo.
Thank you. Any further announcements, members? I do want to give a shout out to the person who sits outside of my office, Allison Yanagi. Yesterday was her birthday. She took the day off, but she's back to work today. So happy birthday, Allison. Also, members, there is food, I believe, in the multi-purpose room.
Was food.
There was food. No, So please come downstairs. It's for everybody in the room, including all the administrators who are still here. So thank you all. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the motion to adjourn.
Gladly. I move that the meeting stand adjourned until Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any objections? Seeing none, the council stand adjourned until Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023 at 10 a.m. Thank you.